Dwarf Fortress. I'm ready to manage my dwarves in their own little city here. It's time to dwarf. We create a new world. I'm not going to change any of the settings here. I'm just going to leave them all at default. As I just do, yeah, we leave that. There's even a detailed mode. I am going to do detailed mode, so we can type in a seed to use. What are we going to use to generate the world? It's dwarfin Tom? Uh-oh, wait. Or since everybody, everyone throws their hands up and says rock and stone, we're stoned and rock. Oh, it cuts. I guess we're just gonna do we're stoned and art with an extra space there. And we'll rename our island to, oh, I see, it's not a name. I thought this was naming. Is it naming? It is naming. My home. Smile. Chaos! Wait. Chaos Capital. And curses! Thank you for subscribing. Appreciated. Thank you. And now, I think that's it. That is, I'm not gonna worry about all of these other options. We just go ahead and create our world now. Oh, and thank you now for following. Doing a little bit in a reverse order, huh? Oh, by the way, if you do continue to hang around here, and if you do continue to subscribe, after 3 months, I should also probably turn off my Chicken Police soundtrack at this point. Just getting too used to it playing there. After 3 months of being subscribed, you can request a doodle from me, piece of art, as art examples. All of the emotes that I've done. I said that in the wrong way. All of the emotes here for the channel, almost, other than some kind of BTTV goofy ones, are made by me. The intro screen art, I also did as well. So just something to go, ah, she did that art. After 3 months, if you join the Discord, you can request a subscribble. Again, if you're still around for it. I did it! That's right, you did request one. I just have to get drawing it. As we wait here peacefully, the years passing to see when do we jump in to finally join the world in our own little dwarf existence. There's the long prairie. The human Icern led the attack. Turquoise Messiahs routed the barbarity of princes of the organized something. I missed the rest of it. I'm indecisive on my 6-month scribble. It's tough choices. You still got plenty of time. And Gritty, hello, welcome. Not Loki, hi, hello, and Jinja, hello. All right, we're at the age. Let's wait for 120 here, and we'll pause, and we'll start in. But wait. No! Fuck! I double-clicked in because of the delay. We're gonna have to recreate our world now. Well, I forgot to hit the seed button too, so we're not even gonna have a custom seed, and we're not going to be Chaos Capital. I've ruined everything. What's even the point of playing Dwarf Fortress now if we can't be stoned and R, huh? Oh. What are your rates like for drawing for small draw-ronies? If it's anything that is emote adjacent, like a D&D token art, just straight up an emote, something that is just detailing crop comparison-wise, comparable to emotes or the emotes I've done, then it's just $50 a piece. Flat rate. And let's say it cut me off this time here, and it's asking, Or has it just gotten the world together and it's going, okay, are you ready? Keep world and return to main menu? Play now. I think play now is the option we want, so we can enter in and start in this world. It asks, hey, the map is all set up. Where do you want to be? Where do you want to live? Don't worry, we're creating it now. As I note too, with all of the amount of time that I've been playing has only been on singular world. I haven't gotten wiped out yet. So I'm not used to making new fortresses and civilizations. And Fortress was the default mode. Pretty sure we clicked that one. Passing a few weeks to get things ready. Same, I put 36 hours into one fort so far. And you just look around and go like, people die all the time? I've been fine. And we are then going to skip the tutorial. Because I've already played it and I've already been playing, so I know some things. Doesn't sound bad, gotta keep that in my memory. Actually, I'll put that in my notes. I never remember anything. I mean, even if you don't note it down, you can always ask again. I can always tell you my rates again. I don't mind being re-asked. If this is your first time playing, please heed the embark warnings about aquifers, salt water, and other hazards. Some locations are challenging, even for experienced players, and it will be a very short game indeed if you don't know how to deal with them. After you embark, help is available by pressing the Help button in the top right corner, including all of the tutorials. Okay, thanks, dwarves. Okay. Now, if I just... Now, these options, again, as I say, when you choose to use the tutorial, it automatically places somewhere for you to live. You don't get a choice. So then I'm going to look down here. I'm going to assume that the reclaim unretire is not something I'm interested in. And if you choose origin civilization, does that just then steal somebody else's place? Fear not, the fun will find you when it comes. You can modify the lowest threshold for sieges as well. Oh yeah, they have a lot of options, so it's kind of looking over at them and going, I'm just gonna leave these alone. If there are multiple dwarven civilizations, you can pick which one you come from. I see. So say if I moved all the way up over here, maybe I want to say I came from them. You know, be somewhat close to where my origin is at. I think maybe we will opt for being a little bit more central here somewhere. Maybe... I do like the look of rivers. I'm squinting. Is this just a big path right here? These are elves, right? No, they're humans. Humans have the little orange houses. Like they've just populated the entirety along the river here. Man, humans stealing all of the river space. Also, this just tiny river strip. Huh? You can click to zoom in a bit. Can you, or is that just going to... Oh! Aha! Got it. Check. Well then, let's look around. Where do we want to live? I like these weird... Oh, they're elven forests. That's what those weird trees are. Got it. Okay, that's another thing I now know. There's a bunch of elves living around here, too. I feel like everywhere's taken. It feels a lot more like I don't want to live near anybody. And then you look around, and that isn't really a choice. I would like to live near some of these shrublands, too, I feel like. A little bit of a woodland. See if I can end up like my custom file, where it's just fruit trees everywhere. Older a world is, less space is open. Yeah, because everyone's expanding outward. Everywhere's already taken. What are these weird, dark human pits? Pardon? And there is a fine embark location. Yeah, it's probably better just be like, hey, maybe you should find this for me. I leave the options as is. I'm gonna scroll down here. I guess I could at least say, hey, make sure there's some iron present there. You know, that way I have something to gather up. The humans conquered some goblins! Oh. Well, I guess I'll hit begin. Look, it's searching. It's searching the world. It's pulled out its big magnifying glass to look around. Don't really like it in this version. It's very slow, even in pocket worlds. Yeah, we can see it slowly loading over, because it has to search 22 of 81. We'll just give that just a hot minute. And voice, hello, welcome. Here to join in and watch some dwarfing for a hot minute? Wow. Have you played or have been playing Dwarf Fortress at all, voice? Have you been building up your dwarven fortresses? Oh, horse! Thank you for gifting a sub to Voicebox. Very nice. Well, pretty much everywhere. Everything has iron, it looks like. Is that what the green indicates then? It goes up. Yep, taken. I played a little. It's been nice. Ho ho. I have been playing the past couple of days to kind of gain knowledge up for streaming it, but then I have put almost 30 hours into it, and oh, it's too much. And yeah, if it's saying match found and all of the green are the areas that match, then this embark option, just looking around going, yeah, everything looks nice. I guess this is what happens when you just have iron set to yes and everything else is like, pick somewhere. Wow, so much to pick from. I think I needed to put more options in. You know, maybe said, hey, if there's an aquifer, yeah, don't give me those places. The default world settings had mineral occurrences set to max, so a lot of pick from. I guess we'll just clear our find results. I'm going to kind of aim. We can see that there is a big group of dwarf civilization here, and here there's some elves over here. Maybe we can kind of call it an in-between even with this little part that sticks out, be a little bit close to this nice little dwarven town area. Zoom back out, and we'll enhance. And see there's a bunch of little tiny streams coming off of it. That's where they live over here. What is an aquifer? I don't know, but I think it's dangerous. So we stay away from that one. What is this? Some other... Oh, goblins? Or is it just saying how near people are? Neighbors, we've got elves, humans, and some hostile goblins. I see, as I move up to the north, it changes where I'm hovering to say how far and close they are to me. What's this one? A human hamlet. So there's a bunch of humans over here. There's a lot of humans over here. Ugh. Ooh. Oh, heavy aquifer? Okay, don't live there then. We move away. I'm Ditchard. Hello. Welcome. Aquifers are just underground water, yeah? It's water near, under the surface, think underground lake? Where then you could be digging underground and accidentally run into one and get flooded, huh? Well, here are some dwarves. I guess we will live in this little spot right here where there's some nice, even on this underside part, so those goblins would have to cross the river to get to me. Okay, then click on the embark to place your fortress. Embark. Oh, tiny! Okay. We'll position it like that, I think. You have selected an area with a light aquifer. Water might need to be pumped down, carried away. Oh! Okay, then if I choose up over at this section, you have selected an area with salt water. Ugh, blah. This is a freshwater marsh. I feel like a marsh is probably going to be obnoxious to deal with, right? Should I go over here to this squiggly river? We can be very close neighbors to these people. Salt water again? I guess I need to be farther away. What is this one? More dwarves? Okay. Can I nestle in right here? Another aquifer? Are they all gonna have aquifers? Are we gonna just have to grab a place and say that's it? They're just all going to have some kind of aquifer with my river present. Or it could just be the fact that there's a river here straight up is why it's telling me that it exists. Who will? I guess I'm just going to take this spot right here and choose confirm. Start immediately with default settings. Custom settings. Civilizations can attack. I'm not going to worry about setting any of these. We're going to hit done. Economy normal. Enemies normal. Prepare carefully. Ow! I skipped this the last time when I made my world. I think the easiest way to avoid aquifers is to embark near mountains. We're just gonna risk those wild floods! Whee! Alright, here are my citizens. So it looks like you are allowed to... Duh. Can you even pick all their skills for them? Not minor. Do you min-max it and just dump all of the stats into one singular skill? I kind of like it having being randomized. I would like the dwarfs to be randomized. Can I go back from this screen? You don't need to prepare carefully. It's handy. Yeah, I didn't prepare carefully and it went fine. I partially just wanted to... You can't go back? I would then have to completely abandon ship at this civilization? Oh. The other start isn't randomized anyway. Oh, you just have a bunch of pre-made dwarves then? Oh. Oh. Well then? You can always build on the same tile if you back out. I think that's what we want to do. Because otherwise the prepare carefully might have a little bit too much going on here. I think the being able to customize group symbol and group name was really all I was wanting anyway. I guess we just go... Wait. Okay, yeah, it just says flip between that. So if I just say I'm ready, I can back out. I think we can just go back to the main menu that way. No, Welly screams. I realized that I started the fort. Just the way that it was phrased in chat sounded like I needed to just start with them in order to actually go back and choose somewhere else or repick. So I misinterpreted that if that wasn't the case. Back out via right click? I was hitting escape and right click, and it seemed like it didn't do anything, but maybe I'm crazy. Start new game in existing world. Which this is the one we just made. Or is this going to just pick up the same fortress? Petri, hello, welcome! Shout out to the time when I was a kid and I misread fort as fart. And my mom cried from laughing and I got super embarrassed and didn't know what I said was wrong. Oh no! That little heart is so cute. You mean the badges? I love the 1 month sub badges because they're so tiny. Just a little tiny baby heart. I love them. Here we go, passing. Now I wonder how that little civilization that I plopped down is going to do. Well, we restart the tutorial, same world layout. Maybe I should shift where I live then. Maybe we should live right up here. At Big Lake. What is this? This also puts me away from some goblins anyway. Frick the goblins. These are just some human forests over here. Were we near? Okay, yeah, there's a dwarf civilization. Wait, it says it's a tomb? Or they have a tomb? Or is that just a tomb? I would like to live a little bit closer to dwarves, I feel like. Maybe we will just enhance and go back to where we were at. Yeah, because I think these are other people. These are not me who have set up there, because they're much bigger than the little square that I slapped down. Alright, then we head back to where we were kind of originally clicking in the first place. I clicked the embark button. But yeah, and as I hover around, it seems this entire area just has a light aquifer. Even over here in these mountains has a light aquifer. If I'm moving in over here, I'm just guaranteed to have a light aquifer. Your world is fucked! So much water! I love water. Come on, we'll just be a bunch of mermaid dwarves, you know? We move right here. Confirm. Okay, this time we're not choosing prepare carefully. We leave the rest. Holy shit, those mountains, were they wild? See, well, like if I'm on this screen, I can't right click. Play now! I can't wait till you see how these aquifers work, if we happen to run into any anyway. A dwarven outpost. You have arrived! I've also been muted on Dwarf Fortress, which is why we haven't been hearing anything from them. I don't have the misty mountains. I have the moist mountains. I'm sure that we can help out with water issues. Hee hee, they're fun! I sweat nervously. We've arrived. Almost no supplies. You better get moving. We are the Bolt Shells. That's our civilization. Damp and wet stone for miles. Oh! We started with essentially this cavey sow right here. Pretty much just a guinea pig, yeah. I just have a pet guinea pig with my little starting stock. We've got 3 cats, all female, so we're not going to have any cat explosions. However, we did also just end up with 2 female dogs, so we're not going to have a billion dogs either. We've got the stray cavy sow, we've got the goose, we've got a guinea cock, we got a turkey, and then we got a cow and a bull. Oh, but that means we can be breeding our yak, our 2 yaks, though. The dwarf will bring pets, too. Yeah, right now, though, all of these starter animals, none of them are pets. I do kind of miss the ability to see the type of stone on the embark screen. I think aquifers can only spawn in sedimentary stone. Potentially. This is also... It feels weird starting like this, because it feels like there aren't any trees, because the grounds haven't been absolutely littered with any leaves yet. It is also very flat, yeah. Well then, shall we dig into the side of this mountain here? Live in that. Dwarves? Dwarves. Look, you can even get a nice pretty pond outside. We'll just dig in right here at the side. Be some hill dwarves. And we dig in. And then we should also get to chopping some trees. Now when we have some wood to use, we'll just dig out all of the stumps that are directly outside right there. We'll go ahead and set up a little stockpile for our wood. Put it nearby the entrance. Accept. And then wood. Yep, okay. And then we'll also want to set up a little pasture for our animals. So we'll grab the left hand. Ooh, we'll grab. A zone is what we want. We want pen pasture. Zones, okay, thanks. And we'll put that over on the left side here for animals. Smile. And then we'll put everybody there. And there we are. Perfect. Dig deep and greedy? Oh. Now, something else we want to do is we do want to name our dwarves. And Skinny Hun, by the way, welcome, hello! My fortress is infested with kitties. They fuck all around my temple and tavern and eat all my fish. I declare war on all the cat girls and boys. Dude, they're just having a good time, stop. Or alternatively, just slaughter all of them. All right, we'll grab this dwarf then first. A proficient miner and a skilled appraiser, apparently. All right, I type in Q, random, or pick random is what I want. Pick random. There we go. Ender is the first dwarf. Ender, ignore the 4. Enter. Check. You are a proficient miner. You're a skilled appraiser. You have no combat skills. You're a novice judge of intent, I suppose. You're a novice dancer. And that's it. My starting on my custom file, the one that I've been playing, all of my starting dwarves all had a big group of beginning social skills and a bunch of music-related skills. I don't know if I've ended up with a little performance troupe or what, but it seems that is not the case with these starters. Well, Ender's now only a miner. You're locked in. Next, lore. They are proficient carpenter, competent woodcutter, bower, and woodburner. No combat skills, no social skills. They're not bad at dancing though. You know, all right playing music and stringed instruments and just a little bit of knowledge. Yeah, pretty much the Cacophony marching band. Yeah. Alright, locked in. They chop wood. We might need to give them a group for maybe doing crafts or something if we want them to work on that. Maybe don't lock them in for woodcutter because I'm not going to be cutting wood as often as digging into the mountains, so we'll leave them. Next person. Resident bed warmer is next named. I played for 36 hours and never saw that menu. This menu right here that I'm in with labor work details. Wow, damn Welly. I use it a decent amount when I am trying to customize particular dwarves. Hell. Now your life can change for the better, Welly. Next person. They are proficient mason, adequate stonecutter and stone carver, and a novice engraver. That means we might lock them in for making some stone crafts, so I want to keep this person in mind. Next one, Gritty. Gritty Hammy is our little crafts person, our mason man. Gritty. Stonecrafter. Alright. They're good. Next. They're a proficient metal crafter, competent gem cutter and gem setter. And not useful for us at the moment since we're just starting out. We don't have a place to cut gems. We can't do any metal crafts because we don't have a furnace or anything. That will be slightly delayed at some point. Combat, nothing. No social skills. Not a bad dancer, though. Adequate at dancing. And not a lot of knowledge. Oh, wait, we didn't actually name them. Oops. Look at them again. Rename. A gemologist! Yeah. The Red Burning King. The Red Burning King. Now you're in as our metal crafter. Worried? Do I look worried? You also disdain romance. No social skills, just like me, for real, for real. No social skills. Too real, game, too real. And we've got a fisherman dwarf. I wonder if we could set him in to fish in our little tiny baby pond, or if he'll have to walk up over to this little river instead. Which is also interesting to see, that it's then different from what a brook looks like. Alright. Emotionally obsessive, by the way. Their skills, Fisher Dwarf. Oh, this is our first guy that actually has some semblance of combat. They are a proficient fighter. And they are, can play some music, dance and sing too. They like to wrestle the fish. Spear fisherman. But yeah! Next person. Pick random. War Void. The one guy that has combat skills that we've seen so far. Void of War. Next. Planter. They're a proficient planter and a proficient record keeper. That means we're going to make this person right here is going to be our bookkeeper. After we name them here, let me do that real quick. Pick Dat Captain Horse. Dat Captain Horse. For a second I thought I typoed Captain. So Horse will be our bookkeeper. Horse getting bookkeeper seems fitting. Yay. Just keep books in your pocket. How hard can it be? Oh, difficult. We don't have any pocket books, and our pockets are tiny. There's no space. All right. Check. Final dwarf. Who's going to be the last person that's starting out with the... Just an adequate organizer. Seriously? Oh, but this person actually has some social skills. The one guy that, you know, developed something when it comes to social attributes. Just a stinky clerk. They can also dance, but that's it. All right. We pick curses. Curses. XVIII is our organizer. There we go. With the one guy with the social skills too. All right. And there we go. We've got our starting team. Which means since we have a fisher dwarf as well, we're going to want to set these areas for fishing. Right here. I'm just gonna go ahead and set this pond, and then we can find out, does this pond have fish in it? It's water, so it should, right? Fish zone. Yay. Alright. Wet is equal to fish. If it's wet, it should have fish, right? I watched someone breed too many turkeys and panic playing this. Didn't totally get what the big deal was. I like him mining right here too, just solid, straight into it. Through the wall they go. And then we can set up our little stockpile too after they get going. I should almost temporarily set someone else to be a miner so they can help out. I'm considering here what people's skills were. With the planter. Gonna hide that. As I'm looking at this labor menu, kind of looking over what everybody is, we have someone that's dedicated woodcutter, miner, fisher. Gritty was a mason. Curses was just generically good at hauling stuff, I guess. Horse was a planter. I guess we'll have King over here help with mining as a metal crafter. And then when we actually have our little crafting table set up for them, we'll have them focused on that. I'ma be the legendary hauler. We'll have to explicitly, after we get things set up a little bit, assign you to specifically just be a hauler. And that's all you'll do, is haul stuff around. I want to be the legendary baller! Maybe one day, Willie. One day. I saw something where someone solved their cat explosion problem by digging a moat and putting all the cats in it so they would just throw enemies and the bodies down there. I guess that's one way to manage them. I think we're also going to pull back up Red Burning King here and lock them into their labor. That way they'll actually help mine inside of here instead of, you know, running over here and hauling instead. I don't think that'll be quite as quick as Ander, but hey. Conglomerate cave floor? That's the rock we're going to have? Conglomerate? Weird name. Ew. What is conglomerate stone anyway? Gross sedimentary rock? Oh, are we barfing at it then? Ew. Gross. Don't like it. I love the guinea pig so much. It's so cute. Oh! I wish I could capture them too! Look at the tiny lizard! With its little blue tail, this little skink! Oh, I love them. It's like those clumps of pebbles, isn't it? No, I'm not really a rock person, so I couldn't really tell you. Ooh, we do have clay, though, so we can properly set up a kiln and have them working on clay stuff. Conglomerate is a mishmash of different things, right? That would check out. Just a bunch of random rock slapped together. I think we'll put just a general little stockpile up here at the top. And then we'll dig down for a main area. So if I go over here and just build a little stairwell right here. We just can't build upwards at all, of course, because that's where our little pondy things are at, outside of our area. So then we'll have these two little stairs here, and then we'll dig out a little section here. And maybe we'll... As I'm pondering... I think we almost want to dig... We're in the mountain. And maybe we want to dig actually 2 down, just to make sure if we extend past our little mountainous range to over here, we're not 1 level beneath the floor out here. So let's go down 1 more staircase set. There we go. And then we will dig. And then I'm going to have a little row right here for where our houses will be. And then perhaps we can branch off over here and make some little crafting rooms. And then they can be nice and comfy down here. Alright guys, keep working, keep mining. We'll also want to set up a nice room for farming. I feel like since there's a bunch of loam right here, that maybe we'll open up this area right here so we can put a farm in. For a non-geologist, you certainly rock! Oh, stop it. Look, our wood stockpile is already full. I guess, are these guys just standing around with nothing to do? Is he not actually fishing over? No, he is totally fishing, the way he's standing right there. We're going to want to put at least a little stockpile. Maybe we could even start that up here. We're going to want to make barrels, definitely, so we'll want a carpentry place. I would like to put them below more, but maybe we can have our wood carpenter at least start up here. Do a workshop. And we'll make our carpenter. Put it right there. And we'll just make it out of the conglomerate, since it's pretty close by. And then we're going to want a fishery, so we can clean up our fish. As well as a... I guess we don't need a kitchen quite immediately. We do have some initial stocks, you know, so we can work off of them. So if we go over then to workshops again, it's where we're going to put our farm, fishery, so we can clean the fish. Can also set that outside, but I keep everything comfy in here. Fishery. Maybe like right there. Loam on the range where the yaks and guinea pigs roam. Just watching all of the animals run around. This is shaping up to be a really nice fort. Wow. Also conglomerate. Omega lol guinea pigs? Why are you penny gigs? Did I start reading it out like that? Penny gigs? I'm peeking away from my base because I'm kind of curious about what else is out here. What we could even grab is like harvest some of the plants out here just to keep them around initially. All right, there's our fishery. Getting built up. Preparing some raw fish. Over here, we've got our carpenter's workshop. We click for resident bed warmer. Our one proficient carpenter, which is also the one guy set for chopping wood, which we might just have somebody else set to. That way he can just exclusively focus on working on wood cutting and making things here. We do also want to make a manager somewhat soon. That way we can utilize those work orders, which work orders being you make little commands to your dwarves and say, hey, can you make me number of this thing? It makes it a lot easier because otherwise when you add new tasks, the only options you have are to make one or infinitely many. We will choose the wood. Oh my god, I have so much willow. Oh wait, no, never mind. I read the question mark as a third zero, and I'm like looking at my quantities, and I'm going, I have like 200 applewood, 200 ash, 100 pear. Oh my god, these trees must have been huge. What? No. No. That's 80, maybe? Because we don't have a bookkeeper, we don't know exact quantities for anything right now. I guess we'll go ahead and use some persimmon wood then. Just have that on loop. That way we can have all of the barrels be the same material. Slowly, they mine out the space. Alright, and now that we have a little section right here, we're going to make a little farm. So we go over to workshops, farming, farm plot. We'll do a smallish section right here. And then I'm going to put one more so we can have two different kinds of crops growing. A skinny one, perhaps, right there. Making crafts out of wood? Initially, at least. We can change it at some point later on. Oh yeah, we also want to make sure we make a dang trade depot. Very important. Make sure that we have somewhere people can come by for some trading. We'll go ahead and put it next to this nice tree right here. Friends with tree. we make it out of stone. By the way, hello, Melody. Welcome. I smell elf blood running through Caco's veins. But trees are nice. Digging designation canceled? Damp stone located? Is that the indication that that's where the underwater water is at? That's interesting. Oh. Just right away we find it, huh? Just instantly over here? Uh-oh. This is home! Yay! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You can try to get under it too. So we can abandon this floor and hope, crossing our fingers that maybe underneath. You might want to move. Maybe we can just casually branch off over here to the right a little bit more. Maybe. But M. Galito, hello, welcome. How much advice backseating do you mind? Depends on how a light amount. Not... It's a little bit hard to describe exactly how much. I'm kinda laid back when it comes to it. For mainly for this stream in particular, usually, since you are new, I say for the most part, for most games, I don't allow it, period, just because it's easier to say no backseating. And for Dwarf Fortress, because there is so much going on, I'm more willing to take, you know, suggestions, advice, and the like. So, yeah, you can go ahead and do, again, light backseating. And I can then just draw a line if I go, you're doing it too much! And Broke, hello! Thank you for following. I look out to the trees and I ponder the existence of this aquifer. Alright, I guess we're going to try to see if we can dig underneath it. Let's just dig a straight line approximately where this water's at and see what happens. Is the blue in the cave water or is it just mountain texture? If you mean this right here, this is water. It's water that is from these little ponds right here, which are apparently some murky pools. Has my fisher dwarf been successful catching? Yeah, which are also rotting pretty much right away because he has nowhere to stick the fish. This is why I need to get some barrels made. Stockpiles for the food over here. So I can just throw them in over here, except... And then I'm going to just label this right now to be a food. Bang. For our food stockpile. I would like to put a little path right here too, so my guys can just run out here and we can have a little pit for garbage dumping. And we can just have a little door in there as well. Little path. And then stockpile. For garbage pit. Refuse. We'll also put corpses in there. Oh, what? That's right. It only lets me pick one or the other. I hit custom. We go down to refuse. And we hit all. I should really just hit all right there. There. We can change this as required. I guess if I say dig a pit, but then I just made an entire stockpile. And mine. Channel. There. And then we'll designate a dumping zone. So just a blurb about aquifers. If you make blocks out of either stone or wood, you can block it off. Water won't flow through those crafted blocks. So, when there is just this dampy soil hanging out... Also, wait, did I mine this line? I mined this line at the wrong spot. Let me cancel that real quick. So I go down and then put the chain here. Okay, so with all of this damp soil, can the water just suddenly break through it then? Is that something I should be concerned about? Do I need to make a little rock wall right here? No? Okay. Well, I can keep that in mind for these then. If you mine, it will leak, but otherwise it's fine. Okay, got it. Alright, check. I'm glad my dwarves pause when they hit the loamy soil and don't just keep on going. Woo, imagine if they did. Oh, look! Resident bed warmer. I didn't realize. You've got a lover. Wow. That's something I do dislike, though. Is the fact that the nicknames only appear pretty much in your dwarf area here. And otherwise, if you're examining your dwarfs, when they have the lovers stuck in and the like, it always seems like it just uses their name. Let me peek at one of my settings here. If we go over to settings for the game, there's one for changing how the nicknames appear. Nickname positions in fort mode. I think I'm going to have it centralized so we can get their first name placed there. Pretty sure that's how it should be working. Yeah. That way we're able to reference these a little bit more easily whenever it talks about people. Then we can say, okay, it's talking about, hey, their lover is this person? Because I'm clicking around on them. Do we only have one person like this guy? Lore, resident bed warmer, says Uzol, door rain. And we pull up this, and we can see we do not have their lover present here. They're not living with us. They're off in the original dwarf civilization. The only other Uzol is that Captain Horse, who is not the same person because their last name is not the same. Wait, no, I'm wrong. This is something else that throws me off too. Is when you are, say, looking at the dwarves on that window, it gives you their untranslated last name. So it just says Tunudar, but Tunudar translates to door rain, and you can only see that after you click on them. That also is annoying. That is something that I don't like, and I wonder if a mod... Replace all doesn't fix it, because replace all is literally just what I had on. And all of that does is change it here. So here, if you look at people, it says just curses, XVII. But then if you look at them, say, look over at, okay, the relationships here does show it, but it's inconsistent. I was having a terrible time yesterday when I would look over at my justice options and be looking at the cold or like open cases where I need to investigate and interrogate people. And it's just like, hey, I think it's this person. But then it has their last name translated, and then the other page doesn't have it translated, so I'm like scrolling through going, who the hell is this person? I had to like look up a translator to change part of their name to their dwarf version of the name so I could find them in the dang list? Please! No cases yet, phew. She doesn't know. I actually can't have any cases show up. I don't think they show up here at all until I have a captain of the guard assigned. Anyway, back to mining. Back to managing my little dwarf fortress here. Am I getting in these barrels, man? You gotta go to make dinner? Alright, Baldir. Have a good day. Thanks for stopping on by to watch. Going by their first name and their job is a lot easier, I found. Still, once you get hundreds, it's quite rough. Yeah! I'm at just over 100, and it is pretty tough. When you only have, 7 dwarves right here, it's not really a problem. It becomes a problem when you've got a lot more than 7. But just a man, dude. Hello, welcome, hi. Well? Oh, wait, no, this is just the same sort of soil they're looking at here. They're just come out and go like, oh, yeah. Yeah. There is some damp soil right there. They dig down. We'll see if there's anything there. We wait for our miners. We're going to be able to process these turtles now, though. Get some shells out of them that we can do stuff with. It would be great if we can get some more barrels made up to shove them into so they're not rotting away instantly. Ah! And we've made our little pit hole. So then I don't entirely know how we set up the garbage dump properly, but it has items designated for dumping will be tossed into open air spaces included in the zone. No open air tiles are included. They will dump the items on the floor. So we're going to just try to designate it right on top of the pit there. And see if that works. We leave garbage dump zone. And we walk away. And since we have now made our little spot right here, we're going to have them make the grow, I should say, plump helmets. The main, primary, easy food source for dwarfs. But we also want to open up over here with our labor kitchen. We do not want them cooking these. Turn off the cooking options. If they cook our helmets, they're gone forever. We can't utilize them. They're doomed. But if they brew them, we get the seeds back from them, the spores, and that means we can plant them again. And that is what we want. However, we do need to set up then a place to cook. So I'm going to dig out this little section here so we can put down a little brewery spot and a little kitchen spot. Hopefully with one of our future migrant waves, we can have someone to be a dedicated chef. But I think with my initial group here, I don't want to make anyone that. Alright, workshops. And then we will want brewing. That's under farming for a still. We'll shove still over here more in the corner. And then, to the left of it, we will place down our kitchen. Ding! Lovely. Ah! Delicious beverages! Yeah! Yeah, dig hole to dump trash, just dump it all in there. It's all garbage. We don't want to have to worry or deal with that. We almost should make a little stockpile so that they can move the conglomerate out of our pile here. Really, we just want a general stock pit? A little stockpile where they can just dump everything else for a little while? And Thoris, thank you for following. Appreciated. Alright, they're clearing up space. And... Oh, I didn't make any stairs. No wonder they're not over here mining out. Oh, I guess I'm not digging downwards. It's just water down here. Yup. That's looking like a case of, more aquifer. I guess I can't go directly down right there. And going directly down from, say, over here in the middle is not going to be ideal either. Do you think then we can just be slightly Is that a frog? Oh my god, this toad is so unhappy. He hates it here in the swamp. Look at that big frown. He wants to be free. If only I could catch him so that I could release him into my stomach. Huh. I guess then I'm going to see if I can dig down right here. We're not going to dig to the left. We're not going to dig north. We will dig to the right. And see if there's any bad signs of anything. Dig. See if we're okay. Otherwise, it's light so you can have the dwarves bucket it out. Like digging down slightly right here. I guess I won't have to worry about any of my caves flooding at that point, right? And we say that it is light, but if we just dig down and then we find out there's just a huge underwater spot right here, it would take me eons to just bucket it out. So, would that really be a good plan to make? Where's the worker? We almost need lore to bring... Like, if we had a little tiny baby stockpile right here with wood, then the people can bring a little bit of wood right here. And they won't have to run quite so far away to grab from the main stockpile. So if I go over here to grab the stockpile, that means we could, this is the one that says give items to other stockpile. Done. And I don't know all of the specific dynamics of how the stockpiles work, so this is just kind of like, if I do this, will it do this? So that they'll, if it's available for space here, that they'll move wood from the big stockpile outside and move it inside. I think the worst meal I've seen my dwarves meet ended up being like eggplant, cabbage, goat lungs, and pork. What? We're also ending up with a bunch of flies, I think, because of all these rotting turtles, these gross turtles outside. Baby wood pile. Those would be clouds of flies? Yeah, because it's a big swarm. They liked it though, so I won't question the dwarf. If I go over here and look at, say, Ander, and I look over, oh look, they have a lover now too! Ander, loving Bimble sword figures? I don't know who that is, but they love them. Alright, let me see. Preferences. They like malachite, pig iron, blah blah blah. They love the sight of the fabulous tulip. They can't get enough of it. When possible, he prefers to consume guppy and barley wine. But he absolutely detests fire snakes! He hates it when the snakes are on fire! By the way, hello there, best friend. Welcome. Hello. Oh, and look. This person... See, this is another case. When events happen, it just gives them their default name and doesn't pair them with the nickname. So again, it makes it a little bit harder to tell who this is. So Lore Kiz, we look here, we can see Lore Kiz is resident bed warmer. Digging destination cancelled. More damp soil found. Right here, going downwards. I wonder then, oh, I can't dig quite deep enough though. But that tells you just how close we are to this aquifer. It's directly beneath us. It's right there. Do you think I could dig a little bit to the right, inwards more over here, and maybe change our entrance to be out here and just do a light relocation? It's damp all the way down. Oh no! Here I said, oh, it's fine having this underwater area. And then we see that's all there is. That's all there is. There's a chance the aquifer covers the entire Z level. Oh no. There's too much water. I guess we're going to just dig over here. The map had aquifers everywhere. So I'd bet it's all water. Well then, what we're going to have to start thinking about is how we can work with this. How can we dig and build everything together so that we don't have to worry about them. Since we are digging into a mountain, we can always try to dig more, or I shouldn't necessarily say mountain, but dig generally inwards more, you know? I'm also looking at the map. It looks funny when I'm zoomed out like this, because it makes it look like it's all water. Let's just say clouds. Water volcano. Ooh. Okay. When we say aquifer, it's not a pool of water, it's stone clay soil that leaks water. So is it just the case when I dig out one of the damp aquifer things that it just becomes a bunch of water? Because what I was picturing it as was that there's a section of some damp whatever material, and then on the other side of it is just water. The stone itself cannot be drained, but open space can be. Once you dig it out, the surrounding tiles will slowly pool in water. And if you replace the surrounding tiles, it will stop leaking. So, slowly work through this. Like, let's say that I dug this up a little bit here, and even put an open space and a grate down. Could the water just drain into that, like, a little hole that I make? There is an engineering solution towards digging through aquifers, but it requires high dwarven IQ and a beard of no less than 5 years in the growing. I look to my dwarves. We've got 3 of them bearded. I don't know how long they've been bearding, though. Alright, we also want to get some people working on brewing at the very least, because right now my food's okay, which I think is because of all my turtles cropping up. And since the kitchen's orders are just for making fancy foods, we're not going to worry about making meals quite yet, and for now, we're just going to have them consistently brewing. Which I don't have any fruit to brew from right now. What kind of plants am I brewing from exactly? Plant? I guess I should just click on plant on the left over here. Plants? What am I using? Oh. The helmets, then. I guess helmets count as plant and not fruit. We'll put that on loop, and we'll start making some plump wine. The best mod I've seen on the workshop so far is the one that lets female dwarves grow beards too. And it does sound pretty good. And that almost makes me feel like, though, that I've seen some of my dwarves that were female have beards, but maybe I just haven't really paid much attention to it. And I think that's true and it's not. Wait, there's hamster remains right here? Oh. The hamsters get too close and get eaten by turtles and then they both died? And yes, and I wanted to make a mini stockpile over here, where we will not set it to everything. We're going to send it to a lot of things. And mouthful olive load. Hello, welcome. We want to turn off corpses. We want to turn off refuse. And I think I want to turn off food as well, because that's what this is here for. This has our food group. So we aren't going to put our food over here. And I guess I want to turn off wood here as well, actually, because I don't really want them filling up this pile with wood. We have our wood here, and we have our wood here. That's how we're setting up. Just build a faucet to clear out the water? Wait, once you tame an aquifer through its infinite water at your disposal? I just have to tame the aquifer, huh? Oh, who knew it was so easy? Okay. We started digging stairwell over here. Maybe we should partially see how far down we can dig. saving the world, patiently waiting. I have it set so that it saves seasonally rather than semi-annually, because I was playing the other night and it crashed on me and was very sad. So having it save seasonally should help, hopefully help with that. Have we figured out farming yet? We've already got farming rolling. You can see here I've got a farm plot to grow some plump helmets, which currently I don't have any seeds for. And since I did make this smaller group right here, we're going to grow something else in it. I guess since we have dimple cups, we'll just go ahead and grow some of them for now. Later on, we can also grow... We should even start a little growing area out here if we get some hemp seeds, because we can use hemp in order to grow materials that we can use for clothing. Maybe there are some beehives on this map to tame. Oh, there's a barn owl somewhere on the map right now, and a cockapoo. Oh. Dimple from Mob Cycle? Cycle? Psycho. No. No. I'm looking around for any signs of bees, and I don't think... Wait? There are some. That means we could get some honey, and we could make some mead. Bee spotted! Yes! My people! That means we can set up a beehive over here to relocate them into, yeah? Like, put one down over here, maybe? Bee technology, yes! We'll have to make one. Right now, uh-oh. They stopped making barrels because we used up all of our persimmon wood. Please get back to making barrels. Thank you. We'll just let them make it out of anything, honestly. That way they continuously work on it. We do want some bins made as well, since there's other stuff we can store in those. So we're going to put both of those on loop. We'll stop by later, even swapping these for a little bit, because we do have a bunch of barrels at the moment. Now, really, I wonder then if they can shove these dang shells and some of these turtles into them. Well... More damp soil located. I think we are going to have to bucket it out. So, we need some buckets for this situation, yeah? Let me make a couple of bins here real quick, and then I'll go ahead and make some buckets. If I bucket it, do I need to, say, dig out an area out here to dump the water into? I wonder how big the aquifer area is over here. And again, maybe I'll just take the alternate course of digging up. The only problem is it kinda works inward, huh? Buckets won't save you, little beardling. I think a dumping zone is needed to put the filled liquids. And that probably isn't sufficient. Aquifers are huge. Oh no! And oh no! Okay. Oh, what? This wasn't here before. Did bees just come over and say, hey, you know what? This looks like a pretty good home right next to you. Second fort you ever choose, and it's Aquifer Hill. I did see that it was light aquifers, and I said, hey, it's probably fine. And then it wasn't. How troublesome do you think it is? If we come over here and dig a couple of stairs right here, how fast do you think we're going to run into Aquifer? Do you think we're going to immediately run into it? Go, dwarves, go. Oh, it's fine over here. Okay. So if we start from here, and dig over to the right like so, which is below the area I am right here. Is it just that there's an aquifer group in this general group where we're at here, but it's fine below? Dwarf digs. He moves in. He searches for any signs of damp. Because, nope, there it is. So it seems maybe that our wet spot is up over here, and maybe it's all dry down beneath over here. So we could relocate, but I already started digging up so much stuff over here. Alright, chat. Here's the question. Do we try to continue on where we're at right now? Or do we cut our losses and start a new colony and go somewhere where there isn't any aquifers? If you find a spot to dig down, go until it's all stone, then it should be fine. I don't know how long it's going to take to be all stone, because the spot that I started digging over here, we've got clay, we've got peat, we've got sandy clay, and guess what? Damp right beneath it, actually. It's more damp. Struggle is part of the Dwarf Fortress experience, in my opinion. You can do it! But, what if it's all damp, chat? What do I do? What do I do if there's nothing but damp? I look around and it's just all wet! Wet everywhere! It probably is all damp. Okay. My volcano fort is about 8 meandering floors until the actual fort. This mountain sucks! It's time to just start exploring my mountain. And we're going to just dig a whole bunch of stairs downward and see if we can't find somewhere that's safe. So let's go ahead and just go up and go down to this more... Would you say central? Praying for salvation. Moist mountain strikes back. Time to explore this mountain. I feel like with where this damp is right now, that no matter where we dig... I guess what you're saying, though, is between everything, maybe what we could even do is just say heck it, and where we're at over here, continue to dig down and just dig into this damp right here, and replace the... and replace it to be some type of the rock, like make it into the wood walls or similar, and just keep digging down, so we just have to go through a big wood or rock tube until it's safe. And it's just rock. We're going this option. We dig down. And that means they'll just dig through it anyway, yeah? They won't care and they'll dig through. By extension, do we need to replace all of the material around it? Once you get past the wet spot, it should be good. Alright, let's go. Let's focus on this then. Okay, we've dug a little bit down. You can see wet all around. The natural tiles of the aquifer are all gonna need replacing. So, like, the spot that we're at directly, does that need to be... to do anything with this? Or, again, do we need to make this a tube? Not the stairs. So, tube? We need to tube this? A tube needs to be created? Tube? Okay, then as we dig down, we're going to tube it. Down. I'm ready to tube. Our conglomerate is here. I guess we don't have that much conglomerate, so we're probably just going to go with wood. So, we go over to structures. For construction. for some wall. Really, I don't think I care that much about the material at this point since it's just to tube, so we're just going to use whatever's closest. We tube. Imagine you're making a cable and the dwarves are electricity. We shoot through our cable. NTV, hello, welcome. Did we dig down to the next floor yet? Nope. Keep going, boys. Wow, you have struck fortification again. Tetrahedrite, bituminous coal, kaolinite, marcasite, all over at that other single wall section that we did over here. I might have them come back so I can collect up the gems over here, but might want to do it one level at a time before doing any more stairs. Okay. I'll cancel the stairs for now. We'll wait for the tube to be built. Because I'm also peeking back right here real quick. It's tubing time! The coal is good? Yeah. Can make it into coke and use it as fuel. Coal is sweet. It is. It's very useful to have. Also closing that, and it's now summer. Close that too. Oh shit, we didn't start a little crafting bench. I guess in the meantime, what we also want to do is make us a little workshop right here that's a craft. That way we can start crafting. Means we're also going to need to make a bigger stockpile. I guess since I built up this tunnel right here, I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of that and paint out like that. That way there's a little bit more space for our craft to dig over to. Dwarves can only build adjacent to something, not diagonally, you know? And then the issue becomes that this then can still leak and go through. Kind of troublesome. A little bit of a problem. Let me go ahead then and tell them destroy that and destroy that. That way we can get the corners. Dang diagonal water. It's funny too that they can walk through and into those diagonals, but building there? No, that's too crazy. They can't manage that. Oop. Okay, we are still have them set to take care of it though. Now we just have to wait a hot minute here. Oh wait, they did the same there, dang it. Okay, one more to destroy then. Right there. And then we wait. Come on. I need a tube. Oh, I got our craft bench done. We want to set somebody to just be locked into this, to be continuously working on it. I don't really want to set Bemble to doing that right now since he's helping out with mining. We got Planter, Mason, and I think this was the person that was just good at hauling. I guess we'll make them work over here then. Curses, come on! Come craft! Craft over here, please! And then we will have in the craft. And I'm pretty sure this is also where they make... Ah! I have a hard time. Hard time with the search sometimes, where I'm slightly clicked out of it, and it's like, oh... You want to look at something completely different? I forget where the hives are made. Clinodev made a, did make a mod that removes aquifers from the Raws and World Gen. I'm pretty sure that was an option in their more sophisticated groupings. Is that, I think you could turn it off that way too, just built into this Steam release version of it. Of Dwarf Fortress, I mean. I think masons can make hive at the stonecutter's place. You can do a, I think then if we had, I guess we do have the carpenter shop right here. Where we cannot make hive, unless hive is just in a sub-menu, but there's not any sub-menus here. I guess we will have to make a little stonecutter then. Alright, craft, workshop, stone, stone, stone. I squint, stoneworker. There. Just have to get that made up. Ah! The water's coming in! Please make the corners! Do I have any buckets? Stock. But I do have a couple of buckets already. Just a light dribble right now. I don't know. Can I make... Can I tell them to just dump the water here if I set this as a dump site? How can I have them relocate water? What do I need to do for that? Alright, there's one corner. Aquifer taming is quite annoying stuff. You'll have to get used to reassigning dwarves who run away because their toes get soggy. Alright, we've got our corners made. Now we can go back to construction. Wall. Closest material. There and there. And there we go. I think they can build on a diagonal if they stand perpendicular to the building location. Unsure. And Floofy Maki. Hello, welcome, hi. We dig down. Oh, there's our stone cutter. Task. Looks like no hive. Stone cutter is not it for hive. We go back to the workshop menu. Unless maybe we just... Is there a knowledge? It's a crafting shop you have to make? Wood, stone, etc. Well, note how we have built the carpenter. And if I add and search for hive here, nothing comes up. It's not the stoneworkers because we don't see it there. We have the crafts dwarf and it's not in their sub-menu. Wait, oh, no, it is! I guess I just missed it before. I guess maybe I did a general search when I was looking at the crafts dwarf menu. Alright, wood! God dang it. Misclick out again. Add task. Wood. Hive! Yay! It's so easy to overlook just one thing. Yeah. Oh! Migrants! More people are here! By the way, are we failing to make... God dang it. Just keep brewing from plants, please. Keep going on that one. Thank you. And then real quick, maybe we'll go ahead and gather some plants out here. Ratweed, fisherberries. Maybe I should be a little bit more careful about what I'm telling them to harvest from, that way we're actually grabbing plants that will be able to be brewed. Something about this being called long yam makes me just think of long pork. Like, you're like, yeah, this is totally yam. Looks nervously to the side, tugging at shirt collar. The ratweed is brewable. Isn't the ratweed the sewer one? Oh, this bilberry bush is dead. It's sad. Rip these dead plants. Oh, there's some hemp! Great, that'll get us some hemp seed and we can start growing that too. Alright, we'll leave that then. I was playing Dwarf Fortress the other day, but had PC issues of it not actually booting up and just running. I fixed it and it worked for a day. Then yesterday, I think Dwarf Fortress and me bumping my PC both at the same time struck 2 nails into the coffin as it crashed to a black screen and isn't booting again. Think you need a new PC now? Floofy, that sucks. I'm sorry that your PC now has died out in you. Hell. And we had our migrants come in. This is a case where actually... Almost, I wish there was a setting here rather than in the settings menu to change how their names are displayed, because it's really useful if you have their nickname shown first, because it will group them all together because of the little special character. But since I'm on the mode where it's centralizing the name, they're all intermixed, so it's a little bit harder to identify. Regardless, let's go ahead then and start from top to bottom, grabbing this guy first, who is pretty young at 37. All right, chat. Ready? I grab from the queue. We've got Mouthful Olive Load, who looks like is our next miner because they're adequate at it. Which means miner, locked in, that's all you do now. Ooh, this means this is also hopefully, one of them will have a default, I'm already good at cooking, to start with. But if not, we'll just kind of force someone and say, hey, guess what, you're the chef now. No other skills, though. They have a tiny bit of knowledge, but that's it. And Dark Nardio heading off for a nap. All right, thanks for stopping on by. Good name. Yeah. All right. They're named. They're in. Next to Dwarf. Ava's right here. Who says they're a talented carpenter? That means I think we had someone who already was down here, and we kind of were like, yeah, you can carpent. Looks like this person's going to replace them. Oh, wow! They've also got a bunch of skills already. Social skills, I mean. Oh, they're also a novice swimmer. The one guy that can swim. All right, let's see who it is. Random pick. Best friend! Best friend 47. Enter. You're our new carpenter. That means if I look over here, the current worker right here, who is a resident bed warmer, who I now need to grab from over here to look at their labor, to really unlock that and just have them set as woodcutter, and then remove them from here. And instead we're going to swap them out with best friend, who actually has gotten to expert carpenter already. But since Ava's doesn't really have, or best friend doesn't really have a lot of other skills, and it's kind of already pre-set up to be the carpenter. You know? Otherwise a blacksmith at some point, but by the time we can have that set up to do blacksmithing, we'll probably have a replacement. Alright, next is this woodcrafter. Oh, woodcrafter? A talented woodcrafter? Also a bone doctor? I think in all the time that I've had my other save file, I've only had one person have anything related. They are novice cook too. You are right. But simultaneously, they're kind of getting outclassed here by having this woodcrafter skill. So we're going to have them craft wood rather than be cook. They're also really skilled when it comes to social maneuvers, particularly lying and intimidating people. Cooking the long pork from the botched doctoring, oh. Galito is our next dwarf. Galito. There we go. You're in. Which means I'm also grabbing the craft dwarf shop. I'm kicking Rigoth out since they were only stuck on there because they didn't really have anybody else. And then we're putting Galito onto it. You. Selected. Locked in, so you'll only craft over here. So after you make that hive, what is it that we want you to do? Just make some generic wood crafts, maybe? We want to look at wood in particular. Oh, I guess making some wood pots wouldn't be bad because we can use them to store a little bit, so maybe we'll make a couple of wood pots, and then we'll swap to something a little bit smaller. Go ahead. Make some pots. Am I the bone doctor? Yeah. Next person. Moses. The cheesemaker! That means they have probably no other skills, right? Well, I can craft stone. Just because they're a cheesemaker, if there's nobody else that has any cooking skills, we might make the cheesemaker our chef then. Skilled conversationalists, though. A lot of these migrants, fairly competent socially. Alright, who is it? I do have a yak, cow, and bull, so I could make cheese, that's true. Cal. Cal. This fits, because I recall Cal always being, you know, a pun guy, making puns, which would make him rather cheesy, huh? Or Cow Sommers. Yeah, there you go. Oh, hey! There you are. It's you now. I'm putting Cal Sommers, question marks, chef, question marks? If there's no other chef person, then that will be you. Oh, wait, it looks like it is going to be you because the rest of the people are just a bunch of children. What do I do with the kids? All they can do is haul! Useless! I push the kids over. Well, which also means they're skillless. Well, who's gonna be some children over here? We've got Fuzzy as one of them. Fuzzy Bee Bum. Child. And then we have... I watch cringe. The 9-year-old child. This is perfect. I would really love if we had gotten a person, though, that was a skilled observer. Actually, though, I Watch Cringe does have some skills. They are a competent dancer, stringed instrumentalist, novice musician. Last one. Last kid. I Watch Cringe was also the only child that had any kind of skills. Last person is T. Manfred. T. Manfred. Enter. I know how to square dance. And there we go. Little 10-year-old kid. There you are. Oh, where is Adel Fortress Labors? I cannot give in to sadness. Oh. She has a deep well of patience and good creativity, but she has poor analytical abilities, a meager ability with social relationships, a questionable spatial sense, and little linguistic ability. I hate merriment! Is that a parent or their pet? That's a good question. I can pull them back up. Go over there to relations. What was it? Oh, I guess their thing changed and I don't remember what they said. But Usher, Mouthful Olive Load, is their mother. Fuzzy Bee Bum is their older sister. That means all of the children, all related to each other. So Fuzzy, I Watch, Cringe, and Manfred are all siblings. It was something Fortress Labors. Yeah, the issue is that Fortress Labors is their translated name. All of the names that are appearing right here are their untranslated Dwarven names, which is why I comment it can be a little bit annoying in the naming scheme of Dwarf Fortress about how in some menus they will use exclusively the translated last name, and then in other menus they use the untranslated name, so it's hard to cross-reference things, unless, again, if say I had a translator up. Dibs on the good part of the couch! Dang it, I wanted that bit of the couch! Oh geez, and I'm gonna have to deal with these children. I roll my eyes and I cross my arms. How's our tube going? Oh, alright, great, tube built. Also, like, we can see water. Tube continues down a floor. Miners. Miners to me. That's one. And then that's two. And then we can dig around.
How did they fit so many dwarves in this game, Peppo think?
It's a good question. Can we write a letter to ask how the dwarves all can be squished together like this so easily? But Seal, thank you for resubscribing for 4 months. Appreciate it. And hello, hi Seal, hi. Mine, please. And then we can get ready with some construction. Wall. Corners first. That way we don't have to delete portions of the wall. Be careful about tubing too hard. If you go too deep, then your dwarfs might take a dip that they will never recover from. Well, if we're trying to tube to get to rock safety, we have to keep tubing. Again, we are just digging down a floor at a time to try to do it in that safe mindset. Alright, we've got our next walls set up, and we wait. In the meantime, we look over here to see what people are doing. We've got M. Galito focused on crafting. Oh, we've made our nest! Okay, great. And then I'm gonna put bees over here, I think. So let's see. It's gonna be a craft workshop farming with the hive. Keep a colony of insects at your hives. A wild colony must be collected after the hive is placed, or a colony can be split from an existing hive colony. We put down bees. I don't know if there is an optimal place for a hive to be set down. If it, say, needs to be put near plants, or if you can literally just go, there's some grass right here. Here you go, bees. Plant. I don't know. So I'm just going to put it down. Maybe next to a tree. It can be nice, comfy next to a tree. And then we'll wait. I made beehives like once in all of my time playing, so Willie doesn't know either. He just shrugs at the bees, pointing and going, I have no idea. How's Tube? We're still waiting on Tube. It seems like the water's coming in faster over here. He doesn't know Omega Lol. Dude, don't be mean to him. We're not all adjusted to the bees. And look at that. Ava's here, creating a masterpiece ashen barrel already. Who is that? Best friend? Best friend already with a masterwork barrel? Wow. Or bin, whatever that was. I think it's a barrel. I think we've got a couple of bins made out now. So I think I'm going to have you make a couple of buckets. Right there. That way we have them available for water removal. We still have stuff in the wagon? Yeah. I made it for chat! Wait, because water trash? Oh. You made the masterpiece barrel because everybody else is trash? Oh. Oh. Okay. We've made it down at the next tube section. We dig down for our next floor. Carefully. Cautiously. Miners, let's dig. Tubing isn't so bad. So far anyway. Just gotta be mindful. Carefully. Carefully. As we wait. Imagine instead, though, that we kept digging and we kept digging and we kept digging and it just kept being more and more... Oh, we're paused. And it kept being damp, 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 and then all of a sudden we dig into magma. And then we die. True hell. Yeah. Can that happen? Can magma and aquifers exist right next to each other like that? Okay, we're at sandstone now. Will we be able to make it? Can we tube to safety? Because even this tetrahedrite right here is damp. Alright, we craft walls. Corner, 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 corner. Ooh, yeah, That's leaking in a lot faster there. Or does it just feel like it because I'm actually watching now? I don't know. Look! Masterwork pot! We hop over. Wow! Good job, Emgalito! Already a pot! Master crafted! He's so good! There has to be an end of the aquifer at some point. I hope so. Imagine if we did just keep going. It might be leaking from the floors above. Can it do that? All I've got above are just stairs. I'm nervous. Or leaking down from above from the previous stairs. That probably is it. Yeah, what Wally says. That would make sense to me. They are typically mutually exclusive. If there's magma, you will get notified that the stone is warm, like the stone is wet for aquifer. So then theoretically, but I guess then when I hover, it won't say that. Oh no, see, look at how the water is getting deep. It's teasing the twos. Okay, I definitely need to be able to start bucketing. How do I bucket out? How do I free the water from its tube prison? Do I need to dig a pit? Do I need to just set a zone for water? Yeah, I'm a natural pot crafter, and you're so good at it! It's just draining, it'll evaporate. But the sections here, where I'm building walls, do I not need to worry about it at all then? I think you make a zone to designate the pool as a water source if you don't want to wait for it to dry. Yeah, I guess we'll just keep going. We'll dry at 1727. But it's already teasing the twos. I'm concerned that we're going, like, as we're trying to build the walls, as we're trying to make our tube, it's going to start coming in too quickly, and we will end up with, then, say, 3s, where you say it's not going to, as long as it won't get to 4, but what if it does? Dude, look at them just over here making master crafts. They're so good. Resume? No wonder they weren't making it. It got suspended. We also need to chop down some more trees, it looks like. Trees? Chop these down, please. We do want to be careful at the same time. I want to leave some of the trees. Oh, that's an apple tree. Hang on. I thought that was birch. Because I'm used to seeing birch trees. I want to try to chop down trees that don't drop fruit. But if everything is a fruit tree around here, as I'm looking at everything, because when it hits the fall time and all of the trees just drop them, we can then use it for brewing and the like. Which I'm also noticing now my drink is at 200! Yay! We've also got a shit ton of fish. We need somebody to be a dedicated fishery cleaner. That way we can have our one guy just... Okay, you're just storing items. You're not really useful right now, then. You're not who I'm looking for. You think dwarves wear socks? Well, I'm looking at Manfred right now, and I'm seeing a llama wool sock and a llama wool sock. So, yeah, I think they do wear socks. Okay, we've got our outside walls built, and now we just need our next set wall. Closest material. There and there? Hello? Water at this location? Okay, here's another issue then. Is I can't build any of the walls if it's a 2. Then I sneak it in when it's not a 2. Here we go. Now we've just got a bunch of 1s. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Perfect! I've had dwarves go on suicide missions to retrieve a single sock. That was their favorite sock! They can't let it go! Oh, that also reminds me. I forgot to check when that second group of migrants came. Even the first ones, I think? I didn't see if they brought any animals along with them. So let's go over here to our pasture and peek, and nope. New migrants did not bring any animal friends. There's nothing. That's sad. It's sad. Imagine having no animal compatriots. You don't have any chickens. You don't have any sheep. You don't have any little cavey pigs. Whatever those were called. No birds, nothing. Should I wait for this to dry? Like, will this dry eventually? Oh, yep. That, that answered that. Yes, it will dry eventually. We dig down. I'm fine with the 1 being just a 1. That's okay. God damn! Look at them over here. They're just constantly master crafting. They're too good. They're powerful. Powerful crafters. And we are still wet here. One day they'll make it through. We have so many shells. What can we do with the shells? Can we process the shells? If I put down another fishery, can we process them at a... Like, what? Oh! That's what we could do with them! The issue here is that he's a woodcrafter. Is shell crafting a separate skill? Because we could have him craft stuff out of those shells. I'm looking at our options. Like, maybe just make a whole bunch of amulets? Why not? He can double up with skills. Go, make amulets. I don't know. Wait, can I look? I click on turtle shell. No additional information? Because it's nice if I say click on the conglomerate. It's like, hey, yeah, uses, making furniture and building. I don't get the same out of the turtle shell. You gotta go, Con? All right. Thanks for stopping on by to watch. Make an anime figure. Ditch amulet, make figure. Okay, did we dig down? We did dig down. And we're at still sandstone. Dig the stand. Was gonna say sandstone. I can't speak right. I'm still on morning brain, I think. Alright, guys, get the corners. Wait patiently. Come on down. Take care of these for me. These stones have stains? I hope not. That'd make them much harder to manage if they did. Alright. And then we've got the outer part of the tube to be completed. One down. One down. Morning your morning brain. My head! My brain! It's stuck in the morning! Oh, Mazo! Hi! Hi, Mazo! Hello! I hope you're doing well. I guess we'll give this a minute to dry out then. Don't want to deal with it when it's a 2, you know? I exit out of tube. We're dealing with aquifers over here, Mazo. So we're tubing downwards and in an attempt to get deep enough to escape the aquifer. Because otherwise, it's all damp. There's damp everywhere we look. It's damp over here, it's damp over here. We tried to dig over here and it's still damp. Damp, 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 damp. I don't like all the damp. I think you can also place a zone on the water to make it a water source, so they can scoop it out and dump it. Does that mean I have to place these water source on top of it, on top of our aquifer tube? Or do you mean elsewhere and they will move the water to there? I don't know. Yay, he's working on a shell amulet now. Go, guy, go. Hang on, I'm seeing strawberries not in barrels. Did we? No, we're not out of barrels. And the carpenter is also not carpentering right now. Do we have trees knocked down? We have them lined up to knock down. Where's our wood cutter? Wood cutter. Just cut wood, please. Thank you. Focus on that one for a bit. Carpenter. Keep carpenting, but what? What do we carpent right now? What we should carpent is a couple of wheelbarrows, maybe? We should also make some tables and chairs and beds and cabinets so we can get prepared in terms of bedrooms and offices. And yeah, if you want to join the queue to get named, you have to add in that join as well. Examples there. It's kind of throws you off because you're used to just needing to type and say, exclamation point join! But with this Q command that stream elements has, it works a little bit differently. I think you designate a water source and then designate a pit elsewhere. I guess then, do we need to dig a pit? Dig ramp on this level, going up. Dig a channel, making a ramp on the level below. Like, do I need to make a couple of them? Like here? Do we need to make it a trash pit? There is just a general pit zone. As I've opened this, which I see also spreads out the water, so I might just be able to designate that. But in the zone options, we've got water source. Your citizens will drink at a water source zone or gather water using buckets for various tasks. This is useful if you don't have a functioning well and you want to control exactly where the tasks take place. There's also this pit pond. Animals assigned to pit pond zones are dumped in the pit, but will leave the zone afterward if possible. If the pit is designated as a pond, your citizens will attempt to fill it with water using buckets. We select our zone. I don't know how precise we need to be, but just in case, I'm going to restrict it. We're going to accept, and we're going to designate this zone as the top of a pond. Check. And so, if we go back down to here, and we temporarily designate this as a water zone. Though it does have water sources 0 plus 0. So I guess we'll see what happens. And we'll wait a minute and see if anybody buckets any of that. Or if we just have to hang out. Caco, can you explain how the concept of hermetic temptation relates to Dwarf Fortress? I sweat nervously. Okay. Herm clearly relates to Hermes, the Greek god person. Olympian deity, the herald of the gods. So clearly, you're asking how sending messages relates to Dwarf Fortress. Well, the dwarfs talk to each other sometimes. You also have messenger role. This is what you're referring to, yeah? I already know about nobles and administrators. I'm all good. Bye. Oh, look! I'm also seeing that somebody has a family heirloom. Fleshy wires? Somebody's last name is Fleshy Wires. Whose last name is Fleshy Wires? Their first name is Ushrer. So let me go over to creatures here. As I'm looking, it's them. Right here. Mouthful olive load is Fleshy Wires. Thanks for clearing that up, Caco. No problem. I definitely am very good at explaining things, and definitely knew what you were asking about. I adjust my glasses, and I smile proudly. We will also need to establish some zones here, so I can force my dwarves to collect some fruits. So we want that one, and we want that tree. that tree. And we'll want this and that. Of course, these will end up empty later on if we chop down any of the trees, but that's okay. They at least have to have the zones to care about cleaning up any of these fruit garbages on the ground. Or also just looking out, that sure is a lot of fruit, and then they'll turn around and they'll walk away. They don't care otherwise. And big square here. Alright, accept. And then we're going to change the options here so we get rid of gathering fruit from a stepladder and gathering fruit and vegetables. That way it is just fallen fruit from the zone. We don't want anything else. Is there a way to plant those trees? As far as I'm aware, no. Trees will just randomly grow. You can see all of these saplings down here on the ground. That's how new trees grow. And regardless of the fact if you clear-cut your entire map, they'll still start growing back. You can't get rid of them. Floor, fruit, exclamation point. Those are our fruit gathering areas, which is then convenient since they're all in the same, even though they're not all connected physically, you know, like these are clearly two separate spots, because I've set them all up in the same zone together, I can select all of them at once. So if I need to change any settings, rename them, reposition them, remove them, all together. It's very nice. Okay, what's next? Do we need to chop more wood? I guess I still have, yep, logs still chopped down. We got a couple of trees, we're good. And then we can collect those fruit and we can brew them and then drink them. I also want to make a small little farm outside. Not over here, oh my god. Maybe I should make a pit to dump things into, but then it would make it harder if I ever want to come out and actually grab and use them if they're all in a pit. You know? My stockpile zone is also getting rather full here, so I suppose we'll go ahead and expand that again. And maybe then we'll go ahead and mine this out some more. But maybe I should also wait. Oh, I love the amulet. The pond turtle shell amulet is awfully nice looking. Definitely a reason why I want to keep making things out of shells, so I can just casually remove them from existence. It is a lot of shells, yeah. That's what happens when I'm just fishing from pond and catching a bunch of turtles. I think if I wanted to get some other type of fish, I would want to come over here and fish from the stream instead. You're profiting off of turts! Yeah. Not my problem. Drinks plump helmet beer. Oh. This is also just continuing to exist in 2.1.2.1.2.1. So I'm gonna say heck it. And we're going to stairwell downwards. Damp stone located. It's damp stone even. Well, dig please. We do have to get rid of it regardless, boys. We got kaolinite and we got sandstone. All around us. Bad. Remove it. And then prepare to wall it off using closest materials. Useful now because we're actually getting material drops from this type of stone. Oh, I can actually... I didn't think of it before. I can complete 2 walls at the same time, like so, because we can still access all 3 of them. Light aquifer. Okay. It's light. It's just really deep, you know, just big, lightly damp soil. It's just not heavy. Where the frick are my miners? Or I guess we're trying to construct now, aren't we? Everybody's distracted and doesn't want to come down and build. Alright, let me pop out my construction menu again. Can I change the priority on the... What? The supply caravan, They wonder what we have. I guess I don't know if I can change priority of constructions. Oh well, get outside. Diplomacy! I am your liaison from Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Okay. There's much to share. Information added. Okay. Now they're asking what I'm gonna want for next year, and I am going to go over to the plant section here. As long as I can find it. Drinks, cheeses, powders, extract plants! Plant helmets, check! That way we can get more of that for next year. What else do we want to ask for? I would like to ask for some animals. I have yaks. I forget all of the different animals we had. Because what I would like to do otherwise, if I remembered what we had, is make breeding pairs out of them. Where's my animal section? I lean in and squint a little bit. Pets. There we go. Like getting a male dog, that way we can breed them. You had a guinea pig? And all female dogs and cats? I'm a little bit nervous, though, about getting a male cat because of, you know, the cat explosions. I think we're going to just keep an all-female cat team. And any time that our cats start getting old and we want new ones, we'll just go ahead and buy more female cats. So we're going to get a male dog. 2 cat! And that's all we're going to have forever. You can always, you know, counteract the explosion. Are you saying kill them? Or, well, it just goes, cut their balls off! Except that still becomes a cat population that I have to maintain. I'd rather just trade them. They're probably cheap as hell. Okay, I know I had the KVs, like one of the KVs. But if I can't, say, milk them at all, it's not really useful to me, you know? Did I have a peacock? Oh, I think I had one of the hens, right? One turkey? I think I had turkey hen, yeah? Then I would need a turkey gobbler pairing? Did I have a goose? Oh, I wish I could remember better. The only one I can remember is the yaks, because I had an actual breeding pair of them. Well, I guess I'll just go with them. Just one gobbler. Quick, chat! Grab your own memories! What do you remember? What did I have? Did I have a guinea hen? Should I get a guinea cock to go with it? Did I have a peacock to go with it? So I'll come back to that later. If I didn't have a pair, I'll force them into it. Is there anything else that I wanted for next year? Should I ask for bags? Do you want me to peek at the VOD? I'm going to say no. Just because I feel like we'd have to sit around here for too long to wait for it, so not particularly worthwhile. We'll stick with those. Where's mod check? If it's not working, it probably got removed then. Did you bring an anvil on your embark? I did. I noticed when I had clicked on my wagon and I'm scrolling through and it said anvil. So I do have that covered. So, and it's possible that even now as the dwarves are coming, they might already have an anvil on them. So I'm going to hit done for next year. These are going to be the prices next time they come. For now, they just need quivers? Nothing else? Okay, I guess I'm going to make 1 billion quivers for next year then. I don't have a broker yet though, so we're just going to call somebody over here. And then we want to bring in some of our stuff. All of our turtle amulets? Yes. What else did we make beyond amulets? Let me go ahead and navigate and peek over here at my stocks. I swear, going over here and just looking at the number of turtle shells, it's too much. We could sell some of our pots, I suppose. That's an option. I think a couple of those were masterwork pieces, too. Sure, why not? Let's go. Aha, I had a goose. I could have brought one of them in. Dang it! The turkey that's here already is already a gobbler. I needed a female equivalent for breeding. But, oh, never mind. I was going to say, there's the guinea cock. But unfortunately, that's what I asked for. When I need the guinea hen. And Dunder, hello, hi! Willie! Dunder! I said Willie because Willie said hi to Dunder, too. Dunder, thank you for resubscribing for 35 months. Appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, I need the female equivalent for breeding, so I grabbed, because I couldn't remember if I had the male or female of them, and apparently I had males. So now I'm just asking for a couple more males. And you were drowning in shells as well, Archon. Just too many of them. I have 1 billion shells out here. I've slain an entire army of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. There's none left now. Michelangelo, I'm sorry. What am I moving in here? What was it that I want? I made the comment about what I wanted to move in here, and I don't even remember what it was as I look madly over at all of my stuff. Oh, it was pots. Move goods. Pot. These ones are all empty. I think this top one is also a master pot. See, a lot of pot. I'm going to move the empty pots, though we could bring over wine as well and use that for training, but... Guinea hen? At least you got me, skinny hun. Wait. I can't wait the day an army of turtlemen decide to storm your fort and they walk in and just see turtle shells everywhere as I start sweating nervously. And Eskilla, hello, welcome, hi. Now we just have to wait for our items to be put down, and we have to wait for them to put down their items. They're unloading their goods now as I put down mine. We also come back over here to check our tube. They still haven't constructed yet. Oh, I should also cancel this. These two, these two, these two, these two, and that's it. Oh, we're ready for turtle men? Ready? Is that how you would describe it? How are we looking? 18, we're still bringing over our amulets. And Fuzzatron, hello, welcome! Don't forget some skull totems to welcome your guests. Are you saying that we should put out some turtle totems so that we can decorate the outside with turtle shells and turtle skulls and say, hello, welcome, turtle men! Doesn't seeing a bunch of turtle parts make you feel so welcomed here to say that we love turtles? As they pull out their weaponry and are just horrified. I recently found out that temperatures reaching 200 in scorching areas will boil the blood of living creatures when I tried to create a world. Oh, look, we got a baby yak! Yak calf born! Oh, adorable. Okay, we brought all of our stuff. We can trade with them now. They've got a couple of bars, a couple of cut stuff here, a block, clay, ropes, flasks. Oh, instruments! Nice. 1 llama, 1 alpaca. We could take llama, and then we would be able to shear them. Or can you shear llamas, or do you have to shear alpacas? Because I would totally grab both. Is there bee venom down there? There is bee venom. I don't think we need any bee venom. Oh, heck. Oh, jeez. Think both, maybe? Can also milk the ladies. I know you can milk the varieties, as we can even observe with it saying alpaca milk. Alpaca wool is, in real life, better than llama, and you can shear both. If we got llama, we could milk them. But alpacas are cuter, so I'm going to get alpaca. And because we don't have a broker right now, we can't actually see how much we're trading. All we can see is orange. They do have a couple of weapons. They've got some equipment here. They've got one chest. They have a rock nuts bag. Do we need some rock nuts? They've also got some dwarven wheat flour. If it was seeds, maybe, but I don't think I care too much about the raw ingredients. Grabbing some cloth might be okay, because then we could craft clothing out of it, though we don't need clothing quite yet either. Rock nuts are quarry bush seeds. Well, that is a choice that we could take. They've got some bolts. We could grab a steel anvil, that way we could make 2 metal smithing spots. Meat, fish, plants. Oh, they brought a bunch of plump helmets with them. I'm gonna go ahead and take some of those. They've also got some more leaves and fruit. They've got some thread. They've got some greaves. They've got backpacks. This backpack is cheap, so we'll take that one. They've got some quivers. We can buy the quivers from them now and just resell them next year, right? Ho, ho, ho. And yeah, I know that we can reuse the bags too. I know that part. There's some cheese. There's some willow splints. Codex? Do we need some codices? Is there anything else worthwhile to get? Maybe we'll just buy an instrument. This one's only 200. Can I check all the amulets? At the very least, we need to make sure... Uh-oh. This is not worth very much. We cannot try and buy everything that I'm buying right now. What's the most expensive? Well... We're a little bit short. The plump helmets in particular, since there are so many of them, we'll cut them down, say, a little bit like in half. Wait, I guess we don't need a dog leather backpack, though it's not very expensive anyway. I guess we won't get the steel anvil. It is very expensive. I know, we're very poor. No alpaca for us. We're just going to buy some plump helmets from them this year. And that's it. I think we're way overcharging them. Or maybe not. Maybe we're not overcharging them as much as it might seem. Well, regardless. Here we go. We trade them. Bye. Next year, though. Next year it'll be different. If we had some prepared meals, even, it would have helped us out, I think. How's our tube looking? Still being crafted, huh? Can we get crafting a little bit fast? Oh, mud! Ew! Messy. Next year it'll be gem-studded turret amulets. We're going to just end up being... We need a shell crafter just because there's so much. There's so many shells. Maybe we should almost... Except then we do get shells and the turtle meat from it, yeah? So it's kind of a double benefit over just normal fish. How's even the fields of elves around here? Well, in my current fortress area, we haven't run into any elves so far, so I guess my own dwarves don't have any particular feelings at the moment. They have some interesting trades. On my own save file, they have not come by with anything interesting. It feels like they always come by with uninteresting trash, and then I'm excited for when the dwarves are gonna come visit because they always bring way more stuff, way more things that are interesting. Hang on. Do you see that? It doesn't say those are damp anymore. Dry spot. Getting there. Is tube almost complete? Have we finally gotten through with our tube? Have we tubed to safety? To dry? Not in the next floor yet. But closer. Closer? Wonder how far away we are from being safe. We are still at sandstone at the very least. Mine! 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 Construction. Wall! One side. Right side. And then we wait. Like, it doesn't feel like it's leaking in quite as fast now. There was, like, that brief period where it was coming in like mad, but I think it's slowing down again. Once upon a time, a long, long ago, I bought a pair of giant pandas from them. They starved, though, because a 3x3 embark wasn't enough grazing area for them. Oh. Oh. Poor pandas. Too hungry. I had one of, I think one of my groups of elf traders that came by brought one of the peach love, or whatever they're called precisely, birds. And there was one day where I had seen them just flying around being happy, and I got all excited, and I was like, oh, they're so pretty! And when they came by with that bird, you better believe I grabbed them, and I bought them. And then I found out that I also couldn't just, release them into my pasture. So I put their cage down in the dining area so that I could at least look at them and admire them. We'll have to give our guys a second to grow those, to build those walls. At the same time, I think I've gotten quite a few wheelbarrows made. I don't think we need any more wheelbarrows. What do we want instead? We wanted to make some pieces of furniture, so it can be prepared for that. So let's start making a couple of doors. Close the wheelbarrow. I cast... Oh. Fee mood, huh? So rather than the guy, any of my dwarves freaking out and feeling like that they have to, you know, madly craft something. No. They're just focused on the economics and look around and ask where their money is. They also need to clear up more space here because my stockpile now is getting full, and I would like to make it so that there's not just a big spot of trash around. It's kind of sad. This place is progressing so slowly. I haven't been able to get my tube working. Everybody's just out here tired with no beds to sleep in. Maybe I should have prioritized making a couple of beds and we can just slap some beds raw on the ground and say, there you go, guys. At least you have somewhere to sleep. Oh, jeez. Two? Ew. Too wet, more like. And Yosher in the Cape, thank you for following. Still damp. How much of a dwarf forter am I? Misty? Mist? It's the first time I'm saying mist. We do have a new type of stone we're at now. Limestone. And Floofy Mackie, thank you for following as well. I have never played old classic Dwarf Fortress. I've only watched a little bit of it. And so otherwise, this Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is the only type I have. And hang on, I've had 2 migrants arrive. Merchants leaving soon, someone became a miner. That canceled. Okay, migrants means a couple of naming times. Classic Dwarf Fortress is something else. Yeah. And Hope, hello, hi, welcome. I hope you're doing well. I'm going to buy tons of wood from the elves so you can burn it into charcoal. Just silently spiteful over that. You're like, yes, I would love some wood, elves, as you rub your hands together as they leave and you huck it into your furnaces and burn it. They'll never know. Okay. Let's see, we've got our engraver here. Skills, accomplished engraver, dabbling fish cleaner. This honestly is the one I care about. So I'm actually going to make them a dedicated fish cleaner. So over here, actually we'll hold on that just a moment. That way we can name them first, so it's easier to locate them. So, random picking. Look at that, Mazo got picked. Mazo, Vivace. Boom. He's in. And Skinny Hunt, thank you for the bits.
I'm a dwarf and I'm digging a hole, diggy diggy hole, diggy diggy hole.
That one's good because of how it's reading out. That then makes me curious, though, how the jazz voice would read it out, since the jazz voice will actually sing it. A jazz-style diggy diggy hole! How deep is your fort? Right now, it technically is just at 3 at the moment, and we've been tubing downwards in order to escape Aquifer. We haven't escaped it yet. So, down here at -6 elevation versus our base plate here being at 3 elevation right now. And Yosher, hello, welcome by the way. One time in adventure mode, I came to a city for stuff, hopefully, but as I walked to road, I came to a giant hole in the ground in the middle of the road, in the middle of the city, and it was seemingly bottomless since I could only see a handful of layers down. Decided to explore, tried climbing down, nothing to grip, so I let go, and thus I fell and fell and fell all the way to magma at the bottom of the world, and exploded on impact. Well, looks like that was a bottomless pit then. My elves have 2-pack animals with them, a yak and a unicorn? Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome. Now you just need another unicorn so you can make a breeding pair and have an army of unicorns. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Alright, we're grabbing in our new worker here, who was Mazo. Mazo. Right there. There they are. We grab them. We lock them in to be fish cleaning only, which I wish I could set a work order for it, but I can't. But there we go. I think they will automatically clean. Do I need to set an explicit work order to just have on loop, to just constantly be preparing it? Prepare raw fish, loop, oh. Extract from raw fish? Do I have to extract turtles instead? Oh, it's deleting it. Mazo? Where are you, Mazo? Why aren't you working? Why aren't you here to take care of this for me? Okay, it is prepare raw fish. I stick that on loop. Again, I wish I could make a work order for it, but I don't have a manager yet. I also probably have mined out my next layer of tube. There it is. Tube. Tube walling in. What? What? And we have to wait for them to build that. There goes the merchants, masterpiece, and struck some magnetite, but I can't do anything with it because that's all damp. Aquifer on Steam version yesterday, I think, ruined my fort. Made a glorious spiraling ramp down. While light Aquifer, it started seeping all around so much it made a stream down into a waterfall in the central shaft. The bottom was filling up so quickly. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, some people here have said that if you rebuild these walls, it will make it so that they won't flood anymore. So that's why, as I'm going through building my tube, and is why I'm calling it a tube, is because I'm encasing all of my staircases in walls. See this? Walling it in. And King, thank you for the gift sub over to Resident Bed Warmer. He was even one of the dwarves that we had named. And as I navigate over, we need to name our other dwarf as well, who's just a peasant, by the way. Any skills? Oh! Combat proficient. Maybe we'll make them military man then. Alright, let's see who it's gonna be. What? Rogue Nuggets. Rogue Nuggets. Enter. Him. I need military commander. I come over here. Nobles and admins. Military commander, which they're going to be mad at me for an extended period of time for not having it. I guess the military commanders don't want it. The other, some of the other nobles and the like are demanding with what they want over here. Time to die for the motherland. Yeah, that's Rogue Nuggets. Great new squad. I guess I'm not going to really give them, I guess I can slap on a uniform for now. I'll just say it's leather type and let them be free for now. I renamed them. Clear. Well, we're bolt shells over here. Oh my god. I can't believe I didn't think of this until now. We've been fishing turtles. We have 1,000 turtle shells. We're called the bolt shells. It's all about the turtles here. Can we do turtle naming? We can't do the turtles. It looks like turtle is not available in any of the groups, which is really sad. Is there some type? Is there tortoise, maybe? There's torture! It's not quite the same as turtle, but it's close. I would go down to T, but at a certain point, this stops being alphabetical. It's like alphabetical for the first little section here, and then it's not. I don't really know why. Is there anything turtle adjacent? I know there's snakes, but that's not really the same. Like there's why isn't turtle in here? If they have toad and they have snake? I wish there was wet beast. Shell related something. I think wet beast, shell beast maybe? We have the shell. Tortoise couture. Except tortoise isn't in any of them. There's torturous. The only options we can do is torture. You can't do turtle or tortoise. They're not here. Torture shells. It's too bad we can't do the. So we could do I guess it's sticking the on there anyway. The torturous shell. The torturous of shells? That's not what we want. Do we want it in here? No, that would give us the hyphen. That's why it's hyphen compound. If we stick it as front compound, it's gonna stick it behind. Yes, the torturous shell. I'm gonna be honest, I think the torture shell is better than torturous. I think that's funnier. You can stick it out in front. Torture. Wait. Torture the shell. And Sir Peacemaker, hello, hi! Our knight, our noble knight. And Fuzzatron, you can't trade because your broker's busy partying. I had a time where I sent off my broker to the trade depot, and here I am bringing up my supplies into it, and then suddenly he gets cast into a fey mood. he turns around and he leaves the trade depot because the time is now he needs to go craft something. Eh? Eh? Oh! The Red Burning King and Ander got married! Congratulations! Oh, wow. Romance. Marriage.
Came reporting in the mine and I got to say I forgot my light and I heard a loud ribbit noise. Please send someone to help me.
Oh, no. Thank you for the bits, though. Appreciated. Wait, what? King! King, you just got married to Ander. You're married now. Congratulations. I'm somewhat wondering, did I forget to set anybody up? Did I get the fishery locked in? Prepared? Okay, that's good. Carpenter's workshop, making beds, that's good. You can see that we've got 3 beds out here already. Let's go ahead and grab them out and place them down. There's a couple of sleep spots for everybody. 3 spots for everyone! That's all they need! Yay! I'm not going to worry about the stoneworker spot at the moment because we have so little rock to work with. And oh, since I made this bigger, we can go ahead and extend the area. There we go, lovely. Oh look, there's some buckets over here. Maybe they have been bucketing over here? I hope they haven't been drinking out of it, because I'm a little bit concerned about drinking out of murky water? Maybe I should just dig some pits and then have them empty in there. Alright, come on! Oh, suspended, resume! Finish building this, please. I guess I can even have them work on the singular point right there. Come on. I need you to build this so we can keep tubing. How are we supposed to get an underground area to expand outwards from? It has been a year and I have so little upstairs built. I have so little area built. Because we keep just running into problems with the aquifer continuing. But no. We have another wall section where it isn't damp. You can see up here, up further, damp, 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 not damp, damp, not damp. So maybe we're finally getting to the point where it's less damp overall. Maybe we're getting close. Like, look at this guy over here too! Just continuously making masterwork furniture pieces. When we start building people's bedrooms, they're gonna be so good, so high quality. How long is the tube now? We're currently at -6 elevation, and our base location was at 3. Right here. Elevation, 3. Down here. There. Okay, now we can do another floor. Eh? Eh. Dig, 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 dig. Tube. Tube it. I'm waiting for the tube. Oh. Not damp. We dig outwards. Are we free? Have we finally escaped? Yes! The aquifer! The tube has freed us from the danger! Yay! We can finally dig outwards and actually start building up areas! Did you build your base in the Netherlands or something? I don't know, but it was just damp and damp and damp. You can see out here where I started digging and it was like, oh, damp, okay. Damp. Damp over here. Tried over here as well, but when they went down one, boom, more damp. Damp! Damp! Ah! If you notice more water seeping in, it might be coming from above. They can leak down as well. But we have everything closed off, so theoretically it should be fine, yeah? I guess if we have a problem, we could always dig a deep pit, and then just put some grates on top of it or something, and just let all the water leak down into it? Something, maybe? Regardless, let's get digging. Every aquifer block leaks water all around it? Oh. We hit damp again. I guess we're going down for another floor. Kind of sad, because I would have liked to grab that malachite, because it looks pretty. Oh well. We're not out of the damp woods yet. And hello there, by the way, Zaid Oak, and welcome. Dwarves love going down! So we continue our tube. Down a floor. Let's see if it's safe around here. God, this world is accursedly wet. At the very least, the area I've chosen to embark at is accursedly wet. There's two— Ow! More damp! I guess we're going down another floor then. Stop your work, boys. We're still tubing. One more. The whole damn map looked like it had aquifers. Even under the mountains? I mean, it was just that little area that we had peeked at, so I don't know if the entire map was like that, since when I did choose embark areas, the only thing I had checked for was iron. I didn't turn aquifers to off to see how much that expanded outward, but we hit more wet, which means we dig more down. Oops. I got rid of my stairs. There we go, okay. Stairs and rock. Let's see how it looks on this floor. We're at -10 now, by the way. This has to be the most damp stone I've— oh. So, we might have just hit a cavern. We might have just landed ourselves into a mushroom underground. So we hit an underground area before breaching the aquifers. At the very least, it means we're safe, right? Are caverns dangerous? I don't know. I've never come across a cavern before. I love the mushroominess, though. It's also wet as hell. A cave swallow? There's birds down here? I guess then, as you say, potentially. I guess it depends on what creatures lurk, huh? It's only dangerous if there are dangerous things down here. Let me go ahead and recenter. What the? Should I be concerned about this fungus? Am I gonna start getting diseased from fungal infections? I let spores out from the underground. They very much can be dangerous. I think you should dig deeper fast just to get some stone and wall off a little portion for yourself. The fungus is good! Your animals can graze on it! Okay, I'll leave the spores alone then. I think we will just tube right here. We can come back and, as you can see, everything is still wet down here. I'm just going to keep tubing. We're going to build some construction walls in here. And then we'll worry about it later. This aquifer is so stuffed. I know. Can I cancel these, please? I wanted to get rid of those mines. Okay. And then we'll keep digging down. Cautiously. Build my stairs, please. Look at how far we have to dig to get past the caverns that are right here. Oh my god. Because if we want to get to a ground floor level in these caverns, I have to get down to this level pretty much. At least we'll be able to have access to a whole lot of mushrooms down. Cave spider silk web. So somebody asked if it was dangerous here, and the answer might just be, yeah. If there's spiders, it can't be safe, right? Jesus Christ. Is it just because, I think it's because I have landed underground and my dwarves hit this underground area and they look around and they're like, there, look, there's shore and there's some native platinum and there's some green diamond, yellow diamond right over there too, Morian bloodstone, gold? This cavern is fucking loaded though. We're definitely gonna have to do some very cautious mining expeditions to mine out some of this high quality gemstones. You might need to set up a squad. I technically have, but it has one guy in it. I've just got the militia commander. And that's it. What are they doing over here trying to mine? Stop that. Don't mind that. I'm trying to safely make tube. So we don't have to worry. That way we can get further down past the caverns. Cave spiders are harmless, but giant cave spiders can end your fort. And so if I see cave spider silk, I'm going to be concerned myself, not knowing about the... You know, I'm not exactly a spider expert over here, so if I see spider web, I'm going to be... But what if it was from a big spider? I closed my eyes a second, and now it's later. Hi, Emily! Welcome to Later World! We escaped the aquifers! And, or maybe escaped, we hit underground cavern. And it looks like as I'm digging just kind of generically deeper here, I think we're past the aquifers now, because it hasn't popped up that there's any damp, and now we've gotten down here. Maybe I should then just have a couple of in-between layers to say, maybe this should make us safer, and I'll start digging out from here. Just a little bit. I want to go back up to where I'm constructing my walls, though. And I can close myself off right here at the top. I'm not sure that I really want to use closest material after I build these 3 spots. I think to close it off right here, I'm going to use a different material. Just to try to make sure they don't try to grab any of this limestone, build it from the outside, and get trapped. A Z level or 2 beneath the cavern seems nice. Yeah, so that's what we're going to aim for. Emphasis on aim for. Okay, here we go. It's time to hope. Cross your fingers. Aquifers, you're gone, right? No more damp? Is it dry? Is it finally dry? Are we free? Hello? Freedom? Is it you? Is it really you? Oh, I see. These got suspended. Let's go ahead and resume those. Using the cavern water to fill a nice cistern for your wells is top tier. Like, making a well. I haven't made a well at all before because on my own save file I spawned next to a brook and said, yeah, this seems fine. Hang on. I don't need to be concerned about mudstone, right? Mudstone isn't going to indicate, hey, there's an aquifer at some point, right? I'm not in danger, am I? I'm digging outwards over here. As long as it's not damp. Okay. I'm beginning to build little homes for my dwarves then. I'm setting up the bedroom scape here. since these are all of my initial starter dwarves and a couple of the first migrants. They can have some nicer houses. Maybe later on, when we start getting a billion dwarves, we'll branch them off in a different direction and give them what Welly has done. Little tiny 2x1 pathetic, just tube holes to sleep in. You're just saying mudstone because all of the rock here are sedimentary? Okay, got it, check. Hey! Yeah, whatever, Welly. Your mine-based place has been amazing anyway, so... Okay, we've got our homes here. Then we need a little space for offices, too. I think we'll put those just above. Saving world! We're entering into early winter now! 3x3 room for me, that's right. And then we can also maybe branch off slightly to the left or even form another little hall down here to make even bigger rooms for the really fancy people, you know? Yeah, we'll do it like that. And then we'll also give it a little extra path. A little extra walking space so they can walk around the bedrooms too. Time to make snow dwarves! Snow dwarves? Is this like snow angels? I'm also coming across, I was just going to smooth things, but since we've come across a couple of pieces of gemstone, don't mind if I just mine those. In the meantime, we want to smooth things up. Maybe I should mine the magnetite, though, too. Rather than smooth. Cat! Bye, Cat! The cat just running in here going, hey, guys! And then leaving. And makes sense for Cat. Or is this more of a hi-ho type situation? You can try auto with the mining.
What do you
yes.
your favorite drink? Me.
Rim shot? I think your rim shot broke it. What do you call a dwarf's favorite drink? Mead. I guess you can say that joke fell short. Except no rim shot. Oh. But thank you for the bits, the Red Burning King. Appreciate it. There's a lot of magnetite down here. Maybe I should just have them auto mine that while I go ahead and work on smoothing and the like. Advanced. Auto. Yeah, go mine that. Since it doesn't seem like we need to be worried about all of the spooky damp spots now, it seems like we might be past it. We start smoothing. This is probably a lot more than I need, but I would like my wall. You know, I guess I should cancel. Let's cancel this for now. That way I can just go ahead and get my walls set up. We will smooth everything below, I suppose, though. Keep going! Alright, constructions. Wall. I am going to select the material instead. That way I can be consistent with the type of walls that we're using. What is this here, mudstone? I guess we'll use mudstone then, since it's close by. Hold up the back wall. And here's where it connects there. More mudstone. I'm like squinting, trying to make sure I have it. This guy hasn't gotten closed in, right? This is the empty space. Okay. We're clear. We're fine. We're good. I'm not accidentally entombing any of my dwarves over here. Because that's not what we want. Oh! I accidentally used limestone. That's the wrong thing. It would totally throw off the feng shui of my fortress. Mudstone. And, ooh. Mudstone. And see, we already had some of our doors and beds being set up. Which, by the way, I should go ahead and jump to the start up here. Oh my god. My main fortress is being overtaken by the fungus! It's all going to be carpeted with mushrooms soon. I might also relocate my underground farm area to a floor level here in the caves, so it's not so far away. You know, just mine out some area here, move things away, or maybe even just branch off. Okay, another thing I want to do now, that way I don't have to scroll so many floors between them, is how do I set a keybind? Because I know that default in Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, it sets your F1 key home to focus on your wagon. How do you set that for elsewhere? Ooh, platinum. Hit H. Underground bunker! Exclamation point. Recenter on this location. Set this entry to recenter on the current view. Which button? H for hotkeys. Very hot. Recenter on this location, like where I'm at right now? Or set this entry to recenter on the current view? I know it says F2. I guess it just... Okay, there we go. I hit that button. I say one means move to this spot, and the other one means change it to be that. Alright, I understand now. Now we can easily swap between our two areas. That will be very nice. We also have so much magnetite on the ground now. Oh my god. Oh my god. It just chert? Chert? Just use it for making furniture and buildings? If you press A with two little dots above it, there will be a party. Oh, if only. Shell opal and platinum. We mined the platinum, but we didn't really get a lot of platinum. How about that shell opal? Where was that at? Can I mine more of that? Oh, hell yeah. Please mine some of that. And this is a whole bunch of coal, so that would be great to mine too. Is there anything interesting on this left wall? Not at the moment. Shells for shell amulets. Made out of turtle shells and amulet shells. Yay! Alright, we want to keep making our walls here as well. So, this is a smoothing location. This is a wall build location. It's more mudstone. I guess maybe below I'm going to use chert. Right there, since we've got a couple of that. Platinum, I sleep. Shells, oh, that's the real shit. Oh, hell yeah. Chert. Oh, wait, not mudstone. I still want chert below. Constructions wall. More back wall. So, since we have a population of 16 currently, that means I need approximately 16 rooms, which means would mean 8 on top, 8 below. I think what I'll do is I'll dig down another floor to set the bedrooms up there, or I could dig over to the left and put more bedrooms on the left side. So it can be bedrooms on left, bedrooms on right. Lovers do double up on rooms. I know the married couples do. Which is why I said approximately 16 rooms. I wasn't sure about lovers, though. But Bird Bob and the Litchi Popo, hello, welcome. We need to force more marriages to save on space. Best friend. Now that's thinking economically. Where am I even building this? I don't remember where I'm at. I think I'm at the top, so I would want mudstone. Which I don't have enough of. I guess I'll finish it with limestone. And I need more mudstone. Mine this up, please. Hang on. Pause. I think. What if I instead mine this out to make 4 bedrooms? Okay, let me think about the location here. Here, so right here is where I need my path. Oh, this is why I'm not getting any of the mine icons. I forgot to swap it to all. There we go. All right, excellent. Perfect. And like so, we put in more bedrooms. We'll see if I end up having to destroy the walls again because we end up finding valuable stones that we want to keep. Anderson is my only marriage partner. Right now, anyway. You never know when you're going to pick up a couple extra lovers over here. This is one of my favorite parts of Dwarf Fortress. The hour spent theory crafting my fort layout on the pause screen. Yay! We've got a human swordsman visiting? Why? We don't have anything exciting happening here. Did he just show up, look around, and go, wait, you have an underground cavern? Can I come eradicate monsters for you? Even though technically I closed it off. Am I a dwarf? You have not gotten randomized rolls yet, Emily, so you have not become a dwarf yet. The Dwarfaboo tourist. Should I let them in? Should I say, sure. Sure. You don't, since you queued earlier, Emily, you don't need to re-queue because you are just in the queue until you're removed or picked. So even if you left stream in between. And heal bot FH. Thank you for following. Let him die. Who test? Maybe then we could essentially use him to explore for me. We approve him. Can I just then, since I have this little hole right here still, what I could do is make a little, just a slight peek out. And then just for now, we'll stick a door right there. I'm gonna just grab my door. We can put one on right there. Needs a right, we have to wait until they actually build those two spots. Can I queue as a rock mug? Like you just want a rock mug named after you? Alright, hang on. Do we make that at... I can't recall. Mug? Cup? Goblet? Alright, we go over to the crafts dwarf then. Add new task. Rock? Mug. Options. This doesn't really matter. I guess we'll make it out of marcasite. Can I name it here, or does it have to actually exist? Do you want to just pretend you're this marcasite mug right here? Because I don't see you can name it afterwards. Drinking from mugs also makes dwarves happier. Yeah, they get mad and upset and unhappy. Otherwise. You can use a bridge since they become a big wall when drawn up, instead of a door down here. Alright, alright. The top of that spire in the cavern looked like a little heart. Oh, I didn't notice where that's at, but if that's true, which I didn't notice, that's cute. Yes, preferably sold as soon as the next caravan arrives. Okay. The marcasite mug that I'm making, that's you, Heal. Healbot, that right there? Yeah. That's you. We'll make that important, and they will craft that next. And then the next time the caravan shows up, we'll sell you. I also think... I think... We might have enough doors at this point. I think the number of doors that we have built is sufficient for the number of bedrooms I'm going to build. I think now I should head over to the carpenter here, add new task, and I think we need... No, actually, I'm looking over the bed quantity here. I think we can probably swap over to making some cabinets at this point. Go ahead and just make some wood cabinets. As I look at my stocks, we've currently got over 20 beds. Far more than 20 beds. And if I look at my number of doors, we've got plenty of doors. This is what happens when you don't have work orders to limit the number and then you just slap something on loop and you walk away. You end up with 1 million of them. I probably don't have a lot of wood left, yeah? A log. Oh, I do have some! It doesn't look like huge amounts, though. Not a lot. Probably go ahead and chop down some more trees, then. Yeah, so I'm a little bit of a bed wealthy. I'm not a bed wetter. I'm a bed collector. A bed aficionado. There's a termite mound right there. Oh, you know what? I have not done anything with my beehive. We set that up. Hang on, I'm squinting? Did that one random beehive that spawned get destroyed? Oh wait! I've already got the honeybees over here! Look at them! Look at them go! Is anyone assigned to the beekeeping task? There has to be somebody assigned if my hive's full of bees, right? Or do I need to explicitly assign someone to it? Do I need to tell someone to be a hunter? You have to destroy a natural hive to populate your hive? Well, maybe the bees relocated on their own. Because mine has bees. I have 18,000 bees, in fact. This item is a semi-permanent part of the building, like an item on display. Ooh, they're one with the beehive now. Beekeeping is a specific labor, so I would have to have someone hard dedicated to it, huh? I'll come back to that, since beekeeping isn't really my priority at the moment. Let's go to the cavern, and actually... You know, I probably should have set it, like, my exit point, not right here. Let me actually suspend these constructions, or cancel them, really. Cancel those constructions, and build a wall right here. Not using closest material, but let's tell them to use just this one sandstone. Because if we put it out right here, they're up in the air at the ceiling of the cave. So if they wanted to do cave exploring, they would just have to jump off and fall to the ground. That's not very safe. This is the floor level right here. So I'm pondering if I should exit them out right here, or if I should go down and make a little exit here. You went to the cavern in the first year? Damn, I didn't mean to! We were having aquifer issues. Look, if I pull out my pick, you can see. Wet, 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 wet. Still wet appearing. Still wet. Still wet. Oops, caves now. Still wet too. And then finally, we escaped the wet, and we were safe. So, that would be the reason for it. And we had a human show up that was like, hey, can I stay and eradicate some monsters? So I'm just shrugging my shoulders here, and I'm saying, I guess you can do that. We're going to open up here right then. And then right here, we'll put a tiny bridge, as Emily suggested. That way we can draw it upwards. Though on the other hand, do I need some special mechanisms to do that? Because I'm not advanced. I don't have the technology. I've got simple dwarves. I guess then we will just go ahead and build a door for now. And maybe later on, we'll upgrade it to a drawbridge. Need some dwarf IQ for that? Which we don't have. We're simple folk. Just need a mechanics workshop? Which we don't have right now either. I've struck rose quartz! Yay! We've also got some more gem right here. Where's the rose quartz? Take me to it. Oh, somewhere That's not happening. That's not happening either. We leave those alone. Lever and bridge is equal to a gate. Oh, that is pretty simple. It's still more than I'm going to be concerned about quite at this moment. So for now, I'm just going to build door right here. Let me see. Construct. Oh, look, see? There he goes! He's like, yay! It's time to explore the cave dungeon! Does anybody want to be the human? They're a competent swordsman? He's so fucked. Does anybody want to be this human? I'm going to leave drawing the queue separate here to be the dwarves. So this is going to be specifically human. Reanimated bit. I see you're grabbing a little dagger. Reanimated bit is the human swordsman here to eradicate monsters, which I'm sure he's going to be very successful at. You tasked, now reanimated bit the hero! Whee! We're going to use a willow door, I think. He's going to run into a pack of worm people or something. My bet is going to be on spiders, since we did see some cave spider silk over here. If he looks at a spider and goes, yup, there's a monster right there, and he's gonna fight them. No giant silk, though. Yet. It could be that I just haven't seen any giant silk, you know? I can only see so far away. Who knows what lies out there? You can check if he has any kills in his history already. Okay, I'm looking at reanimated bit. We go to military. Nothing. He's a brand new green adventurer. He's wandered out into the world and heard about my cave dungeons and said, hey, this is perfect. This is my chance to prove myself. Can I come live here so I can eradicate some monsters? Well, good luck, reanimated bit. Have fun cave diving. I'm also going to set this then to a hotkey over here. To be the K, okay, forget it. I'm typoing it. It's the calves now. Center to here. Thank you. So now we can swap between outside area, cave base, and the dungeon. And the caverns, that is. Who calls him the monster slayer? Someone. Good luck, then. Oh! Is this from being out here again? Yeah, it's just from the cavern area. There's so much to mine out here. It makes me wish I could go exploring. I want to go explore. Also note how these mushrooms are growing out of the water. I do not need luck. I only have myself down in this hell. How old was he anyway? Hang on. Let me go back over to them. What? Gorlock? He's a little rock man with some legs, arms, and little teethies. He has high kinesthetic sense, resists sickness, high social awareness, good with language, and strong, but he is unfortunately intolerant. So I don't know if he would be very happy to see dwarves. He might frown and go like, ugh, dwarves. They can join civilizations? Gorlock, come move in with me. Oh, she?
This knight is on his brave journey to get some with Cavesy.
You are right. God dang it, Skinny. The knight on his brave journey to get some wet. I can't believe this. Skinny, thank you for the bits. God dang it. Alright. Awful! Archon yells, blushing. Don't romance the Gorlock! Don't! Can I get out of the cave now? I mean, you're the one who went in there. It's your own choice. It's your reign, your world. Where is he? There he is. I'm looking at him. By the way, you have 2 lovers, 2 children. You are 29 years old, and you're actually a lady. Reanimated bit. Romancing Gorlock for pure gay love? Whoa. Oh, heck, oh, jeez. I'm blushing. True romance. I gotta provide for my children. I also like, by the way, that you have a special symbol to designate how you're a monster slayer. Absolutely amazing. Exclamation point. Romance Gorlock! If only this was D&D. Then you would come out here and go, Gorlock? DM, can I roll to seduce the Gorlock? Alright, back to constructing here. Putting up some more walls. We need to close off right here. Was it top side was mudstone. Great. Need a little bit more mudstone here. Oh, no, this side was the chert. This top part was mudstone. Oops, I'm getting them mixed up because I started adding this extra layer underneath there. Dwarf Fortress is so full of drama. I know. And Mr. Sadism, hello, welcome. How many monsters have actually been slain so far? 0. 0 have been slain. Because, see, reanimated bit just got here. They just showed up. They saw that I had those the caverns open up, and they were like, dude, I want to fight monsters in there. And we looked at their kill level, their kill count, and they had 0. So they are brand new. Did I mess up my order somewhere here? It's like lined up. I think I'm just getting thrown off because of how I'm building something here. Let me cancel that. Rebuild wall right here. That's missing. Chert. And up here, 1 spot with mudstone. 2 spots with, well, not limestone, mudstone, thank you. And then 3 more, which we can't finish with mudstone. I guess I'll just go ahead and use, what, I don't know, chert, since there's so much down here. Piece of chert right there, too. We also need to start smoothing the stone down here. We got chert there, chert over here. There we go, wonderful. We only romance monsters here. Roll to seduce Gorlock. Stop rolling for me! Imagine if I become the main character of this world, the slayer that killed God. Well, good luck, reanimated bit. I guess I'll be rooting for you. Rooting for your success. Because as dwarves, you can then sell us those cool Dragon Slayer and other Monster Slayer goods to us, which we can then utilize to make really high quality, cool goods that we can sell for top dollar. Alright. Oh my god. I cannot believe somebody has a bunch of emotes out. That way they can put winter's coming. God dang it. By the way, did I say hello, Mr. Sadism? I'm saying it anyway. Hello. And if I didn't say hello to you, reanimated bit, hello. And hello, Bird Bob. Making sure I have my greetings bases covered. Gotta make sure everybody is welcomed. Now, did I have new stuff to mine? I do right here with some Morian clusters. There's some coal right here. We've still got a ton of magnetite in the wall right here. This guy is mining through for some coal, I think. Wait a second, isn't the grammar wrong on those emotes? It depends. I think it's saying clearly that it's winters. The coming? It's winter's coming. Wink. You said hello to me when you first started, yes? Okay, excellent. Getting a little lost from the Dwarf Fortress actions. Now I'm excited now too because I'm finally able to start making some progress after building our tube. You struck Ignite. Oh boy. One of my friend's fortresses currently has a dwarven child playing make-believe with a huge snake. That is adorable. And you know what I should do? Just to be sure I'm safe? Is save. Please don't crash, DF. I love you. Thank you. Enter. I also can't believe we're almost at 4 hours already. Dwarf Fortress is such a time sink. Chat, I might just continue playing Dwarf Fortress tomorrow as well. I was going to play Kinseed because it was released the same day as Dwarf Fortress, actually. It came out of early access finally, and I was going to opt for that. But now... Dwarf Fortress? I also love naming the different dwarves after people in chat here. I think that adds a lot of fun too. I like it. Let's chop down some trees. We're kind of running low on drink though. Let me enhance here. How's my still looking? I see that nobody's working on it. Oh yeah! We want to make sure we make some offices. That way we can get a manager. Actually, I guess I don't even need somebody really. I can just say, hey, you're the manager now, and then turn and leave. Okay? Which looks like it's going to be Curses, because they're already an adequate organizer. Curses, you are the manager now. Which they want a study for it. We will make that soon enough. We'll come back to it later. Will there be a pop-up if I die? Unless you go missing first, and then have your body found. There is a dead missing category, and I don't know if you would then pop up at missing at some point if it's been a while since we've seen you. What? What? Uh-oh. The rattlesnake isn't good. Where's the rattlesnake at? Ooh! At least this is down in my other tunnel that I was making and I kind of abandoned. So this rattlesnake is not up where I'm at over here. So there's that consolation. That's concerning though. Rattlesnakes! Those little jerks! Welly over here had a giant cave spider that got bit by a rattlesnake. And it keeps having rattlesnakes show up and cause problems. Okay, next is this Dralfa. Oh, they look so cool. What the heck is a Dralfa exactly? It looks kind of like a dragon horse. It's a cave horse cow. I love the Dralfa. Oh, they look so endearing. Oh my god, they're just outside. The Dralfa coming over to investigate my door? They can't break in, right? Reminder that we'll never see that human again. I have a name! Reanimated Bit shouts. See, look, here he is! He's just exploring! He's fine. Did you remember to lock the door? Can I do that? I throw down the bar. Good luck, reanimated Bit! I say, closing the door and throwing a bar on top of it. Only humans that come back get names. No, we did name him. Because I took it as a volunteer position. I said, hey, does anyone want to be the human? And reanimated Bit said, yeah, me! But indicated by him holding up a sword. How long before we see a blood smear on the wall and floor? Good question. At least now they can't sneak in. Okay, note real quick, this petition is popping up, and we do have this random guy, this human pikeman right here, probably also coming in. We're probably seeing the petition for him going, hey, this this visitor has come to slay beasts. He heard this was a good place to search for monsters. Are we gonna have another guy coming in here? What are your skills? He's just a competent pikeman. How are you? Also no kills! Let me double check his name. Lenge Sisur Cuthraz. Lenge? Release Fangs is what his last name translates to. Well, are we going to let another human in to just disappear into the cave systems? We're getting all of these level 1 adventurers? It's probably because since I've recently discovered these caverns that the higher levels, you know, the level 50s, the level 75s, even level 25s on the lower end, look over and say, I don't know, we don't know what's down there, so we don't know if it's worthwhile coming over. So the noobs have to come explore first. When your fort is actually just the tutorial village before the level 1 dungeon in an RPG. In D&D a few weeks ago, we adopted like 6 goblins and we kept saying we wouldn't give them names until after the great battle we recruited them for. So we wouldn't get attached, and they all ended up living because I'm an AoE heal build. So now we have 6 goblins that we know living near town. That's so good. It's really good. Okay. So, ooh, Blue Jade. Yeah. I don't mind that. We need, oh, we already have a person that likes gem cutting. We need to set up a little craft station for them. So we can get some cut gems and sell them. Because it works fairly well for making cheap goods. Or easily made goods that are a little bit more expensive than, say, amulets. They can all also be shoved into a barrel for easier storage or a bin. They're nice in that way. And of course, you can use them for encrusting different furniture and other pieces so that they're fancier and also are more expensive. We need to build some walls down here. So I can make a couple of offices. We'll at least make 2 here so we can have a broker and our manager. We will then continue to use the chert. There's a whole lot of this nicer mineral here. You can see the magnetite, which I think has to be melted down into some bars before we could use that. So maybe we should also go ahead and even just digging, say, over here and make us a little craft shop for... Oops, I need to be off auto. Make us our little craft area for metals. Mind that, please. Thank you. Anyway, if you discover a vampire, be sure to lock them in a tomb and make them your bookkeeper. So they can do the books forever as you rub your hands together. That way my dwarfs don't have to worry about all the math. Just make the vampire guy do it. Alright, we keep constructing. Wall right there. Mudstone. Mudstone. Wall. This is smaller than I meant to make it. This is only 2x3, but I think that's fine for an office. They don't need it as a big 3x3 for office space, yeah? It's fine to be only 2x3. Could always knock out the back wall, and I haven't built it yet anyway. Even I make offices bigger than bedrooms. Okay. I guess I'll make them 3x3. I knock out to reposition the back wall. Let's see, construction, wall, here. Because at the moment we're just aiming for 2 rooms and straight across with more chert. And Grav! Grav, hello, welcome, hi! Are you allowed to have... Oh, But thank you for resubscribing for 29 months, Grabs. Appreciated. And yeah, you can have non-dwarves as your citizens. I don't know if you technically control them. However, since we did let in that other guy, we're going to need to unforbid this door that we can actually go out and explore the caverns. Which, by the way, then, chat, since we do have that new human man, the pikeman, does he even have a weapon? Chat. Who wants to be the doomed human pikeman that didn't bring himself a pike? The no pikeman. No weapons, he'll improvise. Who wants to be the improvisational puncher man? Hi, I'm a human. This is also, by the way, if you have queued for a dwarf name, this is separate from that. That's why I'm asking specifically for human people. And Baldir, if you want to be human, if you queued for dwarf naming, if your name comes up for dwarf, you're not going to be named for a dwarf. You haven't queued? Okay, perfect. Baldir 3. He's here now. The human pikeman. Hang on. Human pikeman. I'm putting it in a bunch of quotes because he doesn't actually have a pike. He's just going to go in there and punch them. Goodbye, Baldir. I'm queued for neither. How do I do that? Yeah, and there you go. As you got it there. I like even in here. Oh, it makes some mushrooms wild grow too. That's nice. I wonder what happened to Baldir 1 and 2. Oh, what a question to ask. Alright, and now I can set them struck on here specifically. Brew drink from plant. Set it. Get out of here, work order options. Forever. Checking daily. We're also going to set a additional work order for brewing from fruit, since I did collect some fruit from the ground. And we will set that to 25. Making it so it's not a one-time order, but restarting daily. When you start banging on the door, begging to be let in, remember that you're an adventurer and you can find your own way out. Bye, good luck! I love when orders get filled out and then continue to run smoothly so you never run out. It's great, I would agree. It's then also frustrating when you realize you accidentally set up your work order wrong as you keep checking and you're like, why does this keep dropping? Why does it keep dropping? Oh, it's because I set them up in a way that's making it so it doesn't work. You should build a trap door to drop the adventurers in. Can they use a hatch to fall down into the cave dungeon? That would be pretty good. Where is it? Baldir. We hone in on them. I have them set to follow and watch. But he's just kind of staring out here. Okay, I think he's going now. I think he's oh! Yep, there he goes. He's out. He's out of here. Quick. Door's locked. Bye, cave adventurer. And off he goes. He's not our problem now. Wait. Reanimated bit. Were you wanting to come back in? Do I need to open the door for you? I'm counting to 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Looks like a no. Wait. Yep, there he goes. Just passed on by again. Well, relocked. Check to see if Baldir has any skills. I think we looked, and I don't think he had any skills. Or he had a couple. He can trap, mill, thresh. He's got his combat skills. He has some social skills. He can track and climb as well. Did we get another guy showing up here? We have this Mark's dwarf coming to visit. He probably too, asking if he can come in to hunt monsters. Chet, are we going to let this dwarf in? He's the first dwarf appearing. A sniper dwarf. We have to let him in, as we are the bolt shells. We definitely approve him. Come on. Where are you at? Aha! Oh my god, they look so much more powerful. Look at this guy. Compact, strong, wedded. He also has a coating of some kind? I don't know what this is. But he's got his bolts. He's got his crossbow. He's got his equipment. Cat leather helm. He actually brought a weapon, unlike the other guy. He, however, is still as green as everybody else. His eyes are coated? Yeah, I don't know what that means. And yes, cat leather was what his helmet's made out of. Tears? His eyes are coated with tears? Oh, sad dwarf. He feels satisfied after being granted residentry, but he doesn't feel anything after getting into an argument. He was crying. That's so sad. Stop laughing at Riff. That's mean. Who wants to be the crying dwarf, chat? Again, these just kind of miscellaneous slayers that are wanting to move in are not being named from the queue because they are special dudes. They're not migrating in to be a proper resident of my civilization. I cry all the time. All right. Mr. Sadism. Good luck. Have fun dying. As long as we don't find out that my cave is actually has got 0 terrifying monsters in it. Because they're the ones that are exploring out there, and I have no idea what's in there. The most I can suppose is a couple of apparently harmless spiders. And Gorlock. Gorlock is out there too. I saw a black diamond in that list of discoveries. Oh yeah, there was also some Dralthas out there. Now, where did you go, Mr. Sadism? Jump to you. Okay, great. You're outside exploring. So we can relock them out there. Locked. If there's a plump helm man, I'm going to scream. I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. Okay, let's make some workshops over here. We want a furnace, so that way we can obtain some coal. We'll put in 1 wood furnace. That way we can have something to start smelting that coal. Well, the church's closest, so we're just going to use church. And then we will put in 2 smelters, 1 church, 2 church. I know the church sounds so silly to say. Church. It sounds like a bird. I'm just over here chirting it up. Chirp, 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 chirp. Like little cave swallow. Yay! Next workshop. Not furnace, because we want a metalsmith next over here. And that means we will also need a dedicated metalsmither too. I'm gonna make this one out of limestone. And bird streamer! Yay! That's why I'm chirting! Okay, good. That isn't suspended. Just making sure that these are all still active, because sometimes I've had troubles with these becoming just suspended on their own, canceled out, and so I have to reactivate them. But those all appear to be fine. Okay, let's put down some doors. Ashen. I'm going to aim to make them the same doors, top and bottom. Not necessarily the same type of door all the way across. Oh, that should have been persimmon. Oops. Oh well. Pear. Persimmon. Okay, I'm accidentally mixing up the doors. Let's make these 2 apple. Apple and apple. And the rest are all still being smoothed, so I'll leave them alone for a minute. Since these are together. Oh, you know what we need to make 2? Stools. We do have a couple of tables already. Oh. Never mind. We don't have any tables. Well then. Going to hop up to the top. And carpenter! Carpenter! We need some tables. Loop that. Wait, actually, since I've got my manager now, as long as the manager doesn't have to go to their office to confirm tasks, as I check over here. Nope, okay, we're good. We can come over here to work orders and say, hey, can you please make me a couple of tables? We'll have 10 made. Sure, that sounds nice. And then we'll put in an additional order for some chairs with the same number over here. 10 wood chairs. Perfect. A mod to show a different tile for suspended constructions would be so handy to not have to inspect everything. Yeah, that would be convenient. Also, I'm going to extend my area here. This level surface now, essentially just my storeroom. I have too many wheelbarrows, too. Cat! Is that just a completely stray cat running around, or did they come with one of my migrant groups? I know that I checked some of them, but I think there might have been some migrants that arrived that I didn't check. Let me see. Ed? Nope, that is one of my normal cats. I have 3 female cats. Whee! Again, making it so we can't have any sudden cat explosions. Oh, apparently I accidentally hit D right here, so this animal pasture is like a little guy putting his hand on his chin going, I love animals, as he just sits there and admires. Oh. Okay, what we should do then is change this. Since I have some quarry bushes, why don't we go ahead and set those to grow? In summer, however, we're going to set it to pigtails. That way we can use them into spinning later on. And then I'll set plump helmets for winter, since I actually have those that I can plant. We'll also mine up over here. I can grab our store area. Imagine if while I was building out here, I opened up and found even more aquifers. Just up inside of my area. There is a lot of fungus growing. I know, it's just everywhere. After I unlocked the cave dungeon, it was just whoosh. Released everywhere. My mountainous home is now home for the shrooms. Man, my carpenter guy is so goddamn good. I love them. They're the best. Oh, he's also done making all of those pieces. Best friend is so... What a good carpenter. Best friend, best carpenter. Now what else did I need? We made a couple of chairs. We made a couple of tables. How many cabinets do I have? Cabinet? None? Okay, I know what I'm gonna make them make then. Cabinet. And since we've got 19 people, I'm going to go ahead. That isn't 19 for everybody. We have those explorers or whatever. So we'll go ahead and make 18, just a couple of extra. There we go. And we'll leave them to it. As I also look out into the world here to see about chopping down some more trees. I think I would like to get rid of some of the further ones and keep the fruit trees that are nearby intact. That way I can easily gather up the fruit from them. I'm also peeking. Any signs of rattlesnake? Rattlesnake? Ooh! What? 2 parts. 1, king snake! Totally eat rattlesnake. Go battle. Where are you? I'm squinting? There they are, right there! Which means they're up at the top of the mountain right here. And now we go back. Yeah, and we look at the, pond grabber? They look like a couple of angry octopus. Just a happy cave creature. Do you think anybody, any of our monster slayers that showed up are going to come over here and try and swim over and fight them and then drown? I see that one of the cave swallows appears to have gotten caught in the cave spider silk and maybe got a little bit eaten. Please, God, no. I mean, it's your choice, not mine. Ooh, obsidian. That would probably be pretty, but it is also outside of my grasp. I do not want to get anywhere near the cave grabbers. Thank you. I like, though, sometimes just opening up the creature option and then clicking on others and going, oh, pond grabbers. And then I sweat nervously. Where am I? Reanimated bit. Right here. You're here. She was annoyed after drinking water without a well. She felt satisfied remembering being granted residency. She felt fondness talking with an acquaintance. She felt satisfied after being granted residency. Maybe we should throw a couple of beds outside so they can sleep. Maybe build a well for them and then pop back inside and hide. But for now, I'm busy building up things for my own dwarves, so I do not care about them right now. They are not my concern. I should, however, go ahead and build some beds for the people. Bed, 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 bed. Oh, some of these areas did not get smoothed down in here. Which means I want to cancel these, because if I place them down, they don't work quite right when things are stacked on top of each other. Please smooth these. Did these things get stopped? No. I think it might just be that my dwarves are busy working on something else right now. So they're too busy working on... Ooh! Okay. We've got the Metalsmith's Forge. And we did have the Red Burning King right here. Our proficient metal crafter. We're going... Or is Novice Blacksmith closer? That's best friend doing that anyway, so I am going to make the Red Burning King here, or Blacksmith for now at the least. If somebody else happens to show up in the meantime, they might get swapped around, but otherwise. Metal Boy. I remember when Minecraft was being compared to Dwarf Fortress. Those were innocent times. Been a long time since then, too, huh? Oh! I should build a bed in this room, too. Furniture, bed, here. Just how long can the games go? Like Dwarf Fortress? I think essentially forever until you die, right? Generations upon generations upon generations? What's to stop the generations from ending? Nothing. My other dwarves must be just busy working on something else. What are they doing? Hang on. I can see we have a couple of people like Ander right here has no job. Resident Bed Warmer has no job. I've locked them into a carpenter. That's probably why they're not doing anything else right now. I'm going to unlock them. Some of my miners are part of the issue since I have them locked into mining. We also have some people that are just busy hauling too. Mainly the kids, I think. I guess since the miners are locked to mining, they don't really want to do anything else. They go, we just want to rock and stone! Pick the walls! Explore! We're going to have them keep doing that. Come on. Get mining then. Find me the good metals. Just mine because you can. Let's just have the game play then. And keep setting things up. How many rooms do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, which is enough for our current population. But if we get more people in, then it won't. So it's going to be good to be planning ahead here. And I'm going to put in an extra set of stairs to dig out. And to set up a new bedroom. Oops. I do not want this last piece that's throwing off the feng shui of my home. It has to be mined out. Oh, wait a second. I did mine out wide. Never mind. I need it even. That means I want to dig out like this. Yay. And then right here is the hall. Uh-oh. Mr. Satism is fighting a cave crocodile. We jump over. Real quick, since it has just begun, a flying steel bolt strikes the cave crocodile in the left rear leg, chipping the bone. A tendon has been torn. A flying steel bolt strikes the cave crocodile in the lower body, tearing the muscle and tearing the guts. The cave crocodile looks sick. The cave crocodile vomits. Okay, we're hopping over. Ooh, it's barfing. Let them know that's reanimated bit. And it's Mr. Satism who's fighting. Up here, the guy with the bolts. We lock on. We follow. There they go. They're going after the crocodile. Pew, 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 pew. Oh. Wait, you're still shooting at them? He follows into the water. Go, Mr. Satism, get the crocodile! It's kill or be killed down here, no sympathy. Which, by the way, this will then make it so Mr. Satism is the winner. That will be his kill number 1. Go, go, go! I hope he doesn't run into any, cave grabbers, huh? Is he still fighting? Is he still shooting at them? Did he stop? Let me hop over to the cave crocodile. We refocus. Oh, I guess cave crocodile note kind of stopped me over there. I don't know where the cave crocodile has gone. I don't know if Mr. Satism knows either. Is he tired? Is he taking a break over here on the fungi wood branches? Oh yes, the others are the dead. Well, there's nobody in dead. And others does not have cave crocodile, so he must have escaped now. And we have a human axeman visiting. That means they're going to ask if they can come eradicate some monsters too. I've also found some tetrahedrite. Don't mind if I do. It's right here. That's on the next floor as well. Petition! Are we gonna let him in too? Are we just gonna have a whole... We have 3 explorers down there. I don't think we need more right now. Unless there isn't a reason not to. Do I just go ahead and let them in? Because, I mean, I guess I might as well, right? More death? Why not? They don't take resources? Okay. Welcome on in. Amy, where are you? Right here. Let's see what they have going on. They're a competent axeman and a pikeman. That's 2. Otherwise, nothing too crazy. They don't have any kills either, so we did get another green explorer. And as you point out, they are 21 years old, so pretty young. So, alright, chat, who wants to be another human axeman? Who's here, ready to fight? Do they not even eat? Oh, I mean, they're out there in the cave dungeons. They can just pick some mushrooms for themselves. And Hungry, hello, welcome. Tharis saying me smile? Okay. Tharis, there you go. Welcome, by the way. Here you go. Good luck in your adventures. Let me go ahead then and jump over to the caverns so I can unlock the door for you. Well, oh. Apparently our other warriors are coming in for a break, maybe to nap or something. I guess I'll leave the door unlocked for a little bit. I think they might be heading out back down there. I saw them briefly at the stairs. I think Mr. Sadism is stuck in a tree. Look, if he is stuck in a tree, that's his own fault for trying to chase after the crocodile. Maybe he shouldn't have done that, huh? I don't know what to do for him. I'm not going over there to rescue him, Mr. Sadism. That's your own problem. He's going to die there. Imagine getting stuck like this. That's so sad. That's so sad. How did he manage this? Really, how did he manage to get himself stuck there when he himself went over? Someone called the fire department! He jumped over there and now he's too afraid to escape. He was locked on to the cave crocodile, and now that the cave crocodile has disappeared, he doesn't have the willpower to try to continue chasing after it. Another guy? I'm not letting anybody else in. We have enough people. Stop. I want migrants, not monster slayers. That's right, I've denied the monster hunter. Stay out, I say. Alright, we go back over to our base. How's it going? How's it going? Okay, I'm going to have to lock somebody into stone cutting so that way they'll actually come over here and smooth rock for me. Like, okay, I need the carpenter to set something. Maybe I'll temporarily have the miners sent to the stone carving. That way if they stop their work, they at least have something else to do too. So when everybody does this, stone cutting and engraving, yeah. Which will temporarily set it so that only selected will do this, which means everybody won't. But seeing as nobody is doing it right now, it's better. It's better than nothing. I'll flip that around, that setting around, back in a bit. But for now, I'll make it so that they keep working on that, at least. And I didn't set anything for this forge. I guess, anyway, we need to start burning some wood. I mean, I meant they're different tasks. Stone cutting and engraving. Yeah, I mean the smoothing setting. The smoothing one has its own labor option. The stone cutter right here. The engraver is separate. I am aware. I got that covered. Some of the things where they appear in the menus very plainly listed separately. I do connect the dots. I do look between the two little bubbles, and I do check them and nod and say, yes, I understand the meaning of this. Those ones I have. I also need to set someone to beekeep. Now I can collect this honey? I didn't understand what you were saying. I was just trying to say I needed to set somebody to be able to smooth that stone over here, since it wasn't getting done, as neither is my construction. Now, where's my home so I can have my carpenter keep working? They finished their other missions that I set them to. What else do I need to have them make? Made out of wood. Barrel? Okay, this is probably a good idea to set up just a general work order for, to say if I have this number of empty barrels, go ahead and craft some more. So you can see it's not satisfied, which means I do still have empty barrels, so they're not going to make any. But we want that to exist so that they will make more barrels as required. And we will do the same thing again with wooden bins. Wooden bins? Set. So if the amount of wooden bins is less than 5, they will make more. I also want to change their general quantity so they don't make 10. They'll just make 5 at a time. And we do also want to put up a little farming spot out here where my pastures at. Farming. And a farmer. Right over here. We'll put it next to the water because then it's easier for me to see where it's at. And then we will set this up to have some farming, some milking tasks. We should also make some nesting boxes for our bird creatures. All right. Nest. Wooden. I do not want 10. We will make 3. Are there... we should also... Uh-oh. Battle happening over there. Oh! Oh, no! The pond grabbers! They're after Mr. Satism. Okay, now I'm very curious how this is going to go. But right now, I want to set this up so that they will make just miscellaneous wooden craft things. What were you good at? Hang on, Mr. Galito. M. Galito. I look at you. I look at your skills. Professional bone carver. Expert woodcrafter. I think what we should have him do is get back to making the turts. Those shell amulets. The shell goods. Decorate with shell, large shell gem, amulet, crafts, crown. Maybe... should I just make generic? I could just make some leggings, then people could wear those too. Or maybe I should make some bracelets. You know, kind of like friendship bracelets made out of shell. I put that one on. Have you been invaded yet? Nope. Not in this save file, and not in my own save file. No invasions yet. I don't know what they're like. I sweat nervously. Trying to have this restart daily so they have something to work on. And then I want to check. Is there something else that I need my craft dwarf to make specifically? I'm looking through my different options. Most of them are just kind of general, fun, neat things. Oh, making some jugs and pots would be good. Not rock pot. We'll have him make wood pot, because I still don't have tons of rock at the moment. I still need to slowly gather up my materials there. So for now, just wood, which I do also want to modify. That way it's not one time and restarts daily. And I want to go back out into the wild here so I can chop down more trees. I go to the wood cutting. I clear cut the forest over here. I think base settings are gentler for invasions and stuff. That's entirely possible, that they adjusted it so that the default options are a lot kinder. And Deezer MK2, hello, welcome. And now... oh, you got hit. Motor nerve has been severed. The pond grabbers approach. You can see Mr. Satism out over here, who is hungry, by the way, because he's trapped on that mushroom. The cave grabbers swim around. My door's unlocked, right? I feel really bad for Mr. Satism. Do you think I could carefully dig him a way out? Where's my... okay, here are my stairs. Here's the floor level, or one up from it, really. I'm looking... hell, eat the mushroom! Okay, so they can walk directly up over here. So, right here... we will build a stairway. Up 3 levels. I only need 2, it looks like, though. I don't need that 3rd stairway. I should also... I'm also making it too soon. It needs to be right here. Oh, I do have it right there. Never mind. Okay, check. I'm clear. Unless, yeah, this door's open. So the miner can walk over here and build these stairs. Go down 1. We build a little walking path. And that should hopefully allow poor Mr. Satism freedom. Oh no. He's doing 1 on 3. Fortunately for him, though, Mr. Satism, since you use a crossbow and you're up out of the water, you actually are in a great position. The pond crabbers can't get you. Look, they're dead! Ha ha! I don't think that's a good long-term plan, making this little path over to you. Which actually looks like I did it up too high. Let me, maybe make it more like that. Hopefully my dwarves don't fall and kill themselves in an attempt to make it so that you can escape. I guess I'll leave it. And how's my base over here? Oh, look, we're getting our rooms built. Okay, and now that we've smoothed some stone here, we can place down a couple more beds. Bed. Ding, ding. And doll. Then we want cabinets. Furniture. Cabinet. Ding. Look, he's even gotten this smoothed up over here. Nice job. And he's just cleared up another spot, so we can even place down another bed right there. What? Oh, okay, I did get one placed down. Whee! I think it was less of a fight and more just Mr. Satism shooting the grabbers out of boredom. The grabbers got close and he's like, why not? I don't know what else to do over here. Get out of here, visitor people. We just keep getting... This is like the problem when you have a tavern and people keep coming by as bards going, hey, can I stay here and entertain people? Except now it's because of the caves. Oh, this person apparently became a woodworker. Hello? Wood furnace? Charcoal? Choose the wood type? I guess I'll use apricot wood. And we'll clear up all of that, and then when that is complete, we'll set an order over here for doing some coke from the coal that we've got lying around. We'll also open up an area here as well for stockpiles for the different bars and the like. You just became the militia commander? Haven't you been the militia commander for a while now? I'm confused, but okay, if you say so. Apparently the expedition leaders also... Wait. Oh, no, you're just demanding a study because you're also the manager. That's right. And I think I have some tables made out now. Table. Table. And then a couple of chairs. I like that Dwarf Fortress has made the chairs look like stools, so it's easier to have them placed down and not worry about which way the chair's placed, because of then, you know, the back of the chair would cause visual issues to it. Which technically is true for something like the cabinet. Like, if you look at the cabinet here, and you wonder how this is being opened because it's facing the wall. At least change it by making the chairs look like stools. No, go away. I zoned out! Is Baldir 3 alive, or am I 4 now? You're still alive. I haven't gotten any warnings of any fights that have been happening with you, so... I think you're still good. I also think that maybe they can't reach this? Hang on. Stairs. Down 1. Line straight here. I think maybe now the miners could reach that. Maybe? Guess I'll have to do, again, more waiting to find out. Oh, whoop. Aha! Wait. Oh. The fortress attracted no migrants this season. It might be then a little while before anyone starts showing up. Because this is what, again, happened in my other game, where just nobody was showing up over and over and over again. Until either it was that I built a tavern, or started making a bunch of cut gems, and had a bunch of encrusted tables, and then everybody was like, wow, this place is crazy! And then they started showing up. Okay. Offices! Multiple. 2! Done. And then we want to assign 1 being for our expedition leader. Curses. The next question, though, is we want a broker over here. Whee! Kinda looks like Mazo, the engraver, in quotation marks. I assume is the most skilled since they've placed him up on top. Alright. You're our broker now. We also want a bookkeeper, which means we're going to need another office. Actually, it looks like the broker isn't even demanding a study, so I guess our other study is going to go to our bookkeeper. Which is going to be for horse. Very skilled. Yeah, now go manage the money, the finances, Mazo. You get to trade whenever anybody shows up. Alright, and then horse, you get the other study. Ding. Horse. Boom. Now they've both got offices, and now we can mark down what our items are looking like. Nays. Whee! I wanted to name these as well. Left one is the manager's office. Manager. The next one is bookkeeper. Oh! See, and then look up here at the top. No longer does it have 300 question mark? We now know it is precisely 358, 356, 58, no meat, and fish. Wonderful. Oh, we also have our farmer's workshop set up. So now let's set up some work orders here to milk an animal, have this happen daily, or checked daily, and then second work order will be for shearing animals, assuming I'm able to, say, shear the yaks. Put that on restarting. Even if I can't shear any animals currently, it means that when I do, or if I do get animals that can be sheared, they'll do it automatically. They'll take care of it. They'll get it covered. I suppose I'll also set up this process plants to barrel. So if there's any plants I'm able to process, they'll shove it into a barrel for me. Yeah. We'll have that loop as well. Do you think the bookkeeper has dwarf versions of Excel? No, because we don't have any computers down there, which means no Excel, which means he's doing everything, not even on paper because we don't have any paper. He's just taking pieces of rock and going straight there. They get a rock abacus, so there you go. Oh, my nest boxes are done, which means I can construct some of those. That's over here in farming and nest box. For my geese. Ding, ding, ding. Or my one goose, because I think the goose is the only one that's a female. I'm also going to deconstruct the wagon. Oh! Oh, never mind. I thought he was saying that he was dead. It's just saying he's missing. And if he is at the same spot over at that tree, he's not really missing. He's just still stuck in tree. Have my dwarves come over to mine this yet? No? I wonder why. Do I need to maybe make this into a staircase? Do I have to mine out a little bit further? Also, Sagur! Hi, hello! It's been a little bit since I've seen you. Hi! Welcome. We're playing Dwarf Fortress. As I'm trying to figure out how the hell I can help Satism get free, but he might be dead at this point. He might be doomed. I don't know. Guess I'll dig down one from right here and see if maybe that would work. I'm squinting? Dwarves get lazy sometimes with mining. Sure does seem that way. What even are my miners do? Oh, that's probably what my miners are doing. They're busy smoothing still. I guess I'll have to set one of them to not smooth my rock. Let me hop over there. Who's the best at mining? Legendary miner is Ander. So he'll be able to mine, or maybe I should be most careful with Ander and not have him come out here to mine. And instead we'll make Mouthful be the one to do it. Mouthful, come out here and mine for me, please. It helps to set it to priority 1 when you designate a place to dig. Ooh, yeah, that's not a bad thought. Wait, here they are. They dug that staircase. They're coming over here for the next one. Aha! Dig path. Dig staircase. Dig up. Mine? Wait, there they are. Mine up. It's one. It's the next. Okay, they're going. They stopped? They're gone? They're missing? Oh, there they are. They're going. I also found a bunch of cool gems. Oh! Well, we know what happened to Mr. Satism. I did not save them fast enough. I didn't rescue you. I've just located you. I'm dead! Well, I guess you shouldn't have jumped into that tree, but I'm going to take your crossbow. Rescued their items, you could say. Also, Ditchard, hello, welcome! And your power and the internet's back! Yay! Anything exciting happened since the beginning? Well, we found this cave system down here, so we've had several adventurers come by asking if they can move in so they can go slay some monsters, which seems to be pretty monster-free so far. Haven't found much. There was a cave crocodile, which resulted in Mr. Satism getting stuck in tree and dying. He did also shoot at and kill a couple of cave grabbers. But that's it. That's all that's happened so far in terms of this cave system. We did also manage to make our tube to escape the aquifers down here into the depths of the earth, where I am now building up some dwarf homes. And now I will make this construction right here. Oops, that used the closest material. Well, I guess I'll just leave that then. I'm just going to try to reset these two constructions, honestly, since they have been there for a while. Maybe if I try building it out of a different... Oops. Well, I'm using the closest material. Fine, I'm just leaving it that way. Smoothing it out. And then we want 2 more doors. And that will complete 2 more bedrooms. And I need a bed, though. I need the bed. Otherwise, they will have nowhere to sleep, and they would just have this room where I guess they could sleep on the hard floor. My save got corrupted with my power cut, so I'm just starting a new world. Best part is, I'm not even mad, but excited to start again. A unique feeling for a game. As that's what everyone says is the general concept for Dwarf Fortress anyway, right? Just, you're happy when you die, get excited when you die, so on. Death is just part of the Dwarf Fortress experience. You can't get away from it. Everybody dies. Alright, we've got our beds placed out. And then we're going to need some additional cabinets placed in. And then I need to assign these as being bedrooms. And I think everybody in my colony, because we have 19 pop. Oh! We're out of cabinets! Okay, we need to go back up then and make a couple more. Carpenter? Carpenter! I need some cabinets, please. Thank you. Still a billion shells. Still a whole lot of doors, but some of these are about to get used. Masterpiece. Nice job. Oh, I forgot to check on the... Oh. 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 Can I get to the white jade? Is that... Yeah, that's in the caves too. I guess I'm not getting those. What is that? Oh! It's a cave spider! How far away from that is me? Is it worth... It's a little bit of a distance. I don't know if it's worth it to get cave spider remains, so I'm not going to worry about them. I'm not sure if I can grab this either. I don't know if he's too far away there. We do also have a spear dwarf visiting. I might name them Mr. Sadism and just keep the same monster slayer people available. Just every time you die, you get respawned, essentially. Wait, do you need rivers on your map or you die? I totally did not just buy the game. I don't think so. It just, as Welly says, you can find water underground. You just have to play differently. So if you don't have any water, it means you won't be able to fish, and you won't be able to get water from them. You have to do something else instead. No pressure to. If anyone else wants the name, they're more than welcome to take it. Might as well get everyone a turn. All right. Well then, Mr. Sadism, as you say. I will accept in another adventurer if they ask to move in. But they'll get a new name then. As we go back down, as we've almost got all of our little houses set up. Door? Door. It throws me off sometimes that the door has its own little dedicated spot there. Lovely. I also want to set up... Ooh, this room does not have a cabinet, but I should be able to still designate it as a bedroom. Whee! Oh, these ones don't have doors yet, so I can't do them. Done! That's 10 bedrooms! There'll be 10 more! Doors used to be furniture in Legacy, keeps throwing me off too. I don't know if it was separated so that it's easier to grab it or what, but it sometimes just throws me off because I want to go into the furniture menu to grab them. I didn't realize you were still streaming! Yeah, I'm streaming for Dwarf Fortress, just so easily. Going, but what if I want to do just one more thing over and over again? My map is very interesting. It's a heavy forest with a single 60 elevation mountain at the top that's like a rectangle. Just rectangle tower. Whew. What do we have happening out here? I see that they have been milking some animals, as there are a couple of filled up buckets. But I don't have a ton of animals that can be milked right now, so we'll just leave that alone. This poor pile. Oh shit, you know what I need to do? Is I need to have a pile down here, underground where I'm at, So that way they're not wanting to grab rock from way down here. I also, again, need to move all my, most of my craft stuff down here too, so they're not having to haul stuff from the top. Though I guess they do travel through the staircases, the vertical travel, really fast. So it's kind of like not, quote unquote, that far? Did I make a farm outside for hemp yet? No? No. Oh. I really like to make shell bracelets. They just keep making more shell bracelets. And then a ton of wooden pots. Do I need to keep making wooden pots? I feel like I probably have too many wooden pots at this point, right? Pot. 9, 6, 33. I think we can probably take a break from making pot. Come back to that later. And Wyrus, hello, welcome. Streamer lost track of time. We get more content if we're quiet. Glance over, sweating. I think we will come back to Dwarf Fortress tomorrow. I'm going to save here. I'm just gonna go ahead and save it. End of stream on set. Yay. So tomorrow we will come back and continue playing Dwarf Fortress. Am I dead? No, reanimated vet. You're still alive. It is just Mr. Satism so far who has died. So tomorrow we will return, continue working on our fortress, see how far we get. Continue. By the way, that queue is still populated with your name. You only need to join the queue once. As I'm pausing, I think I'm actually going to end that queue so that a new one will be set up tomorrow, and you'll have to rejoin it then. Just to make, try to focus it on people who are there at the stream, be rewarded for being present, and so get enlisted to be named. Yeah? Plus it's more fun when, you know, you're here in chat, and you see yourself on stream and you're like, there I am! Look at me make all of those high quality masterpieces over and over! Yay! I think that becomes more fun. Regardless, thank you everybody for coming on by to watch! Dwarf Fortress is so much fun to play. I really like it. RimWorld didn't hook me super hard. Dwarf Fortress does. I'm way into it. So thank you, everyone, for coming on by to watch. Thank you to everybody who has followed, who has resubscribed, subscribed, who has given bits, everything. But I always appreciate those coming by to watch the most. Chat, you just being here watching, that's my favorite. So I hope everybody who is here also had an enjoyable time watching the fortress. This has been more exciting than my own save file because going through those aquifers and making tube to try to escape them and coming across this underground cavern system has been really good. I had no idea that something like this could happen, or at least fairly aware that, yeah, you can come across things in the underground. But I had no idea what they would be like. So then also peeking over at others and then just seeing Pond Grabber. Terrifying! It would be really cute to also set up little tiny adventurer houses down here, so I shove them through the door, I lock them in, and then they just have to move into their little tiny hovels. Anyway, chat. I hope you all have a lovely day, lovely night, and I hope to see you tomorrow for more Dwarf Fortress, which we will attempt to make at least a tavern too, and hopefully we'll have some more migrants come in, which will let me name more people after chat, alright? Alright. Bye, chat, bye!